Ladies and gentlemen, let's do another zone. This time we might actually do a whole zone.
Arcanon Poros. Remember the lessons.
Is he crazy? Thrusting something like this to a no-named Draenei youngling? Just remember this, kid. You'll never make it as a hand of Argus. You don't have the guts.
Do you not see my chicken and my candle?
Exactly.
You're full of shit.
I guess I'll have to humor your chicken and your candle. Speak with Vorkin. Follow the road north of here. When it forks, keep going north. By the way, a very, very, very minor point. I haven't really been reading the directions out loud, but something you may or may not have noticed is that most of these quests have directions.
Can you share the quest?
That's a good question. You have completed this quest.
Okay. Can you sync?
I think you have to? I forget how sync works. I'm
not lead, you are.
Hang on, so if I sync, you should get a prompt.
Your level is now restricted to 70.
Oh no. And here's the
I'm
quest.
level 30.
I'm still 14. Yeah, it's not quite at the level of Morrowind, but it's...
Why are you on a horse? Oh, because you're...
Because
okay.
I'm level 10. But anyways, yeah, so...
I'm on a Dargon.
It's not fully Morrowind style, but it is better than... It's basically Oblivion style. It's better than Skyrim is what I'm trying to say. Or, if you want to use something immediately relevant, it's better directions than Starfield. And if you remember, the DLC we just did have a quest with no quest markers, and you had to just follow the directions. And those directions sucked. Follow the road north, take the first left at the fork, is pretty decent directions. It's not, I'm not trying to write home about it, but it is exactly what you need to get you to where you're going. So, and it's so unnecessary because there's a map, there's a quest marker, there's a quest tracker, and all sorts of things. But it's there. It's there as an option, and I appreciate that. And that deserves something. I'm not sure what. Because this will actually be kind of... Yeah, no, it's exactly the kind of directions you just give someone. It's very natural. Very diegetic, if you want to use that word. I hate that word. And you notice we're not even at the town yet. We just get a quest, or rather 3 quests right here, which I'll read in just a second. But I do think this is a gameplay thing. So let's go down to gameplay positive. Let's give our first gameplay positive. We'll put that under guidance.
Oh, hey, Lore. Hey, Lore.
Yes?
Shirtless male Draenei.
All right, here you go. Soak it up, everyone. Eat it.
In bikini shorts.
Look at his eye patch. Look at his eye patch.
And his abs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I'm on a... Uh-oh. Don't accept that quest yet.
Well, okay.
It was a timed quest.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, sure, Mike Romano. Let me go ahead and... So this is going to sound weird, so sis, I'm going to turn on voice to text for a second.
Okay.
And we're going to feel how this is. So, this... hang on. I want to make sure this is set up. I'm not sure it is set up. We'll find out in a second. Let's see how this works.
Good fortune.
Okay, so it's not working at all. Perfect.
On your family.
You might need to reload.
Yeah, no, I remember this because I remember there's a weird thing for it. Because, like, if I type in chat right now and say... Oh, nothing happened.
Shadow him Frostmanus says, hello.
Well, yeah, there.
Dreamarch says, test.
Yeah, there you go. So that's just the chat log, though. Sure.
There's Primarch.
Level's not restricted to 70. I don't remember exactly how it works. I know you have to do some finagling. It might actually be an add-on to then grab quest text, but I know it works because I've actually gotten it working myself. Anyways, that's kind of what it is, Mike Romano. I don't know if that actually helps or not.
Do you see my outfit, Primarch? Look at my outfit, Primarch. I have a chicken.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
And eggs.
So you made it this far.
Somehow staying in their basket despite the basket flying everywhere.
Let's put you to work before you get too bloodied up.
Dionys Aka.
Okay, so we got 3 quests here.
The Naru have not...
They've made a wonderful discovery, warrior. On the uncorrupted part of the island grows a remarkable fruit called sandpear. You two should, if you're going to be doing this quest, you should start this now because it doesn't share. They're found near the bottoms of the trees. I've been preparing pies from them, but if I'm not careful, the elk will wander over and steal my fruit. I've started gathering enough to share with the animals, but my stores are gone and the craving for pie has returned. Would you be willing to help gather the fruit for another patch of pies? I promise I share.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
Krona Kai.
One thing we've learned in our travels is the extreme care must be taken when introducing wildlife from one world to another. When the Exeter crashed, it was carrying specimens of outland species, including an insectide predator called a Ravager. Some of the specimens were lost, but others survived and took to the wild. If we don't keep them in check, they will upset the natural balance here. And then he gives directions. You'll find them west of Kessel's Crossing near the coast. And lo and behold, if we check the quest thing, west of the crossing by the coast. And that's exactly where the highlight is. See? Him.
The Naru.
The highlight is also a new feature,
Yep.
as is the diamond.
Oh, yeah, so I should mention a lot of these quality of life features in the quest design are new. I don't mean like new, I mean since Classic. But I can't tell you which expansion because honestly, as with so many things, WoW is very iterative, right? It's very rare there's a huge chunk when it comes to design in WoW. Instead, every so often, usually in mid-expansion, they're like, here's a new patch.
This is a new thing that you think would be nice for you.
Exactly. A lot of people bash Warlords, and for good reason. But what a lot of people forget is almost every patch in Warlords was a huge under-the-hood patch. They actually completely overhauled the engine there, changed the very structure of how the game was rendering files and how the game was pulling files for like quest design, objects, etc. They changed how grouping worked. They changed how tagging worked. Like, they introduced this new tech in Warlords. Now, this is going to sound either banal or crazy, depending on you, okay? So the new tech is, let's say that I am fighting a monster. Whap, whap, whap. Someone else shows up who is not in my group, not in my party. They show up, and they start attacking the monster. Guess what? We both get credit for the kill.
That didn't used to be a thing.
No.
You used to have to fight to tag things.
Yeah.
And people would be dicks and they would run around and tag things like and drag them into you so that they got hit by your AoE, and then you would have to kill them because they were aggroed to you.
Mm-hmm. Now, that wasn't exactly a rampant problem. Yeah, I know, Warlords was the tech debt expansion. Warlords is pretty much the reason WoW is as good as it is, Legion and onwards, to be quite frank. So yeah, the ability to just share credit outside of party like that was a sea change. I know it sounds like such a minor thing, but let me try to explain this simply. What it did was it built into the game a natural incentive to help out other players, whereas before it was far more competitive. So the term I pull from this, it's from Guild Wars. It's called Ships Passing in the Night co-op. In other words, I'm not grouped with you. I don't know who you are. I don't even care who you are. But you happen to be doing a quest.
So I can finish killing that thing for you.
You happen to be doing a quest that I am also doing. In other words, naturally and just by the nature of the game, we are now helping each other on this quest. And then once we're both done with the quest, we'll move on. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. And you will find like impromptu pseudo parties of people who just wander around with each other.
Yeah. It was
for the very purpose that.
Yeah. Like I will speak personally. Obviously, this is very anecdotal. But for years after Warlords, the general willingness to help out other players, in my experience, has gone way up since then. Especially back in Wrath, when things were far more competitive, and we still had X hours respawn mobs. But people were far, far less inclined to be decent or cool about things. But, you know, more modern questing.
One thing that has not changed with that is elites or like world bosses or stuff. Like, you go in and you can smash the hell out of some bosses, like, you know, one or two shot them, and people, rather than being like, okay, I've tagged this, now I'm gonna wait and see if anybody else wants to tag it in the area, will just be like, no, death, zarg, zarg.
So anyways, to completely contradict my sister, something I've seen a lot this year, this is very recent, I saw this in the Pandaria remix, and I saw this during the anniversary event as well, is people will show up. Oh, and in War Within, people will show up, and in Dragonflight. Sorry. People will show up, be there at an elite, and they won't immediately attack, or they'll tag it, and then they'll wait a little bit. They don't wait very long.
I'm talking more about the going back to older content.
Oh yeah, no, that's a little different, and you are absolutely right there. The Shaw of Anger is a whole other thing. But in more modern content, you'll be like, hey, poke, and then they'll wait, and they don't wait forever, but they'll wait 10, 20, 30 seconds, and if someone else shows up, they're like, hey, poke, and then they'll back off. And this is a normal phenomenon. Like sometimes I'll see the actual outdoor elites in War Within, and several people will go in, and then back off. And then just kind of wait to allow other people to show up, because nobody wants to show up 3 seconds after a boss dies. So a lot of people tend to
or worse, show up and dismount just in time for it to die.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's even worse, right? It's like, okay. Anyway, sorry, interrupting myself here. I'll respond to those 2 subs in just a second.
May the light embrace
You're just in time. Blood Elf activity in this area has doubled in the last week. Our agents have informed us the Blood Elves call themselves Sunhawks, and they plan to launch an offensive upon Azuremyst soon. I need you to get a warning to our allies and companions. Warn this person at this place, this person at this place, and this person at this place. Time is of the essence, so I'm lending you a mount. Da-da-da-da! So, this was actually considered a big deal back in the day. I'm not actually joking, because you're usually doing this quest at about level 14.
Notice how fast you're going. You're keeping up with me. This was not a 60%. This was 100%.
Yep, this was a fast mount. It was a taste of power. It was a thing to allow players to experience what it will be like once they actually get their fast mount. And
I am slightly.
Yeah,
no, I think I just went.
Oh yeah, I think you cut me a little bit there, or I cut you, or however you want to think of that. But anyways, yeah, no, it's such a minor thing, but being able to see that there's a traversal in this game that isn't walking or flight paths was actually very helpful. Remember, BC is one of only 2 expansions that actually had a bump in subscription figures during the expansion. I think some of the little choices like these helped that, because new players would be like, oh, this isn't going to suck forever. What?
I can't climb the mountain.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now, I got a sub there from Hephaestus. Thank you, Hephaestus. Very, very much. Always endeavor. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Okay, that's weird. So these quests are here, and they shouldn't be, because I've done these quests. So I think quest sync is being weird, so we're just going to ignore that. So we're going to warn you, hey, the British are coming! The British are coming! And no, I haven't a chance yet.
It's probably because, I don't know. Did Primarch do them?
They hadn't joined yet, I don't think. Steam World block. That is.
Who am I warning over here?
The white captain, Stillpine, Null. Oh my god, what do I call Furbog guy.
Which Furbog guy?
High Chief Stillpine. There we go.
Where is he?
Yeah.
Where was he?
Riftbreaker.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you, Cat Horse, for the sub, as always.
It's shared. Great.
You
know what? This is what we're gonna do.
And yeah, that sounds about right, Blade Javal, because that's how most of the old Bronze and Silver Age MMOs worked. Keep in mind, WoW didn't implement the party sharing tag until Warlords. That's pretty far in, you know?
It shared kill tags. No, it didn't. You had to tag
No, it
them.
didn't. Yeah. They'd go gray.
I remember, because that was a problem when you were helping me level... actually, I think shadow him.
Yeah.
Because you were like, I'm level whatever the hell level you were. Let's just go smash through some quests and get you, because looking for group wasn't a thing yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to go in and pull them.
Mm-hmm. And then I would kill them, and she would get credit because I didn't exist because she took the tag.
Yeah.
Yeah, tagging was a whole thing back in the day.
King's honor, friend.
For all MMOs, I should be clear about that. That was just a thing.
This is the best style of questing.
Asheron's Call was kind of unique. So Asheron's Call, I actually hated this about AC. So in Asheron's Call, let's say 3 of us are all fighting the same mob. Which one of us... So how to explain this? The one who gets the majority damage gets the loot. However, once they've opened the corpse and then closed the corpse, because corpses were technically chests in Asheron's Call, just bear with me. So the corpse was locked until the person who did the most damage loots it, and then once they close the interface, now it's an open chest, so anybody can open it, anybody can loot it, right? So there was a pseudo sharing in that one person could start the loot and then leave, and then other people could then get loot from it. But the other weird thing is how the experience share worked, because if you did 12%, I did 50%, and then someone else did 38%, guess what percentage of the experience of that mob each of us gets? And yeah, 12, 50, and 38.
Which would kind of suck if you were the one trying to get caught up.
And I should mention also that Asheron's Call did have dedicated buffers, healers, and general supports, who of course are doing none of the damage. Now, there are some asterisks there. If you're in party, that was then split up amongst the party. But even that was kind of weird in the way that worked. So you'd at least get something if you're supporting and you're in the party. But then you did have to be in the party. If you're just helping some rando, you get nothing. And yeah, I think you're right, Masker Man. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the Command and Conquer. Hang on, so that's Command and Conquer 3. I think. I know it's also Command and Conquer 1R. Whoop, 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 whoop. And then Age of Mythology R. You got it, Hephaestus. Thank you again. Now, if you're paying attention, though, well, this is... Primarch says, I've lost autofollow. Or you've lost autofollow. It says. Okay, she's busy.
Sorry, I was getting tea. What did you say?
No, it's fine. That Primarch says, I think she's AFK. I think she lost autofollow.
Oh. Well, how dare you, Primarch, abandon me at the place?
Too soon, Primarch. 2 scoops. All right. The flip to this, and this goes back to that good design, bad design discussion we've had 3 times already. If you have a system where it doesn't share like that, that obviously sucks, unless you have someone who's already high level who is boosting someone who's low level, like I was just describing with my sister. Because what you can do then is... Wow, I actually made it with some time to spare. Where's my... There we go. Because it would be easier to boost, right? Because I'm not bleeding any of your experience out. You're getting the full experience for something. So congrats. You could just go ahead and kill to your heart's content. And I'm just sitting back here buffing you and making you invincible and not bleeding any of your experience out. Yeah, by the way, the name Dawnforge wasn't taken because I reserved it earlier this year. Still, the name Dawnforge wasn't taken earlier this year, so that's still applicable. There's one. So, sorry, one thing I meant to do.
You reserved it before War Within came out, though.
I did.
You've been setting up for this since Dragonflight.
Yep. Anyways, so let's talk about Warrior Arms briefly, shall we? So, it's awesome. But one of the things I wanted to comment on is that this game is better than FF14 and everyone. Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat. That even at this level, this still feels like it's overall class fantasy, which is a phrase you'll hear a lot in WoW.
Knocked me off my pony. Die.
No, not the pony. So, big, slow, honking swings. I can literally 3-shot things. But it's worth noting that 2 of those shots that I have cost rage, and the other one has a cooldown. In other words, it kind of fits the overall kind of mentality, right? Like you could sort of feel how you're doing this big old wind-up each fight, and then you're hitting something for a ton of damage. So, like, Overpower, Mortal Strike, and it's dead. It also, of course, comes with charge, but that means charge generates rage. So, charge, Mortal Strike, and slam. Oh, it actually lived. There we go. And you see the vibe there, so you get the tone of exactly how arms works. Now, arms is very, very good for this kind of killing one thing at a time sort of a thing, and can obviously put out some very good burst. But you're already noticing one of the weaknesses of arms compared to something like Fury, which is very good sustain.
Have you killed the dude yet?
I don't know what dude you're talking about, so I'm going to go with no. I need to get my pairs. I need to get
you're still doing pairs?
Yeah, I never got my pairs.
Okay, I'm gonna stand over here.
So even here at level 10, or I guess 14 at this point, I still have a little bit of my class, right? Like how arms is and is supposed to play. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to get across, is you have a little bit of a concept of what arms is, even at this low of a level. Now, obviously, there's going to be set points where this kind of starts breaking into really coming into its own. If you glance at the talents, when we get down to here, no, over here, sorry. Hang on. So Overpower will start buffing your other hits, so that'll be fun. This one makes Overpower have 2 charges. We've talked about the charge concept many times, but the long and the short of it is that's an awesome thing. We also have an idea, which is going to make it so our AoEs make our single targets also AoE, so that's going to be really nice. When we get Colossus Smash, that's going to be even better, which is exactly what it sounds like. I've actually already talked about that. Then we could go left and lead into Bleeding, or right and lead into AoE. And when we get way down here, we'll get things like Blade Storm or Ravager, both of which are extremely useful abilities. And of course, all the way at the bottom, we have the really cool stuff. But that's my point. It never stops being arms. And that is my point. Even at a low level, arms is still a fun and interesting spec. So, one of the things I'm trying to mention here, so obviously this is part of the review, but for just you're trying out the game perspective, if you have played a class to, let's say about 15, and it hasn't caught you, it'll probably get better because talents are a thing. But honestly, you'll have a decent amount of the core concept of the class at 15. So if it's not catching you, just go try something else. No judgment.
You can try the other specs first.
Mm-hmm. Because there are 3 specs, or 4, or 2. Yeah, 20 is almost always when a class has much of its core loop. Which, fun enough, the free trial goes up to 20. Huh. To be clear, I'm almost positive that's on purpose. Wow, Ragnaros has been showing up a lot lately.
Ragnaros?
I have the Ragnaros mount from the Kata thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have Execute pretty early on. I don't remember the level, though. And it doesn't say. But we had Execute before 10. Yeah, it's right there. It's my X right there. I mean, they're all good classes, so I can't even help you with that, Talia. It's what you want to do. Let's go get a pear pie. Pear pie sounds good. That sounds terrible, Blade Traversal. Sorry. But, like, that sounds like the Asheron's Call method, but worse, because you can't even carry. Am I understanding that correctly?
Open your heart.
The sand pears are getting harder to find, and, of course, that means less pie and less treats for the Alex here. We'll be able to gather the fruit I need.
Remember the lessons.
Did you have a difficult time finding enough? It's been taking longer with each trip. Soon I'll have to stop altogether. I won't be able to spare the time. Thank you for gathering the pears for me. It gives me a chance to make a last pie or two before the season is out. And now we have sand pear pie.
Safe journey.
Ding. Is that an upgrade? That is an upgrade.
Blessings upon you.
Well done.
I do have the heirloom mount.
Dawnforge. This was a difficult test of your abilities, but you have passed with flying colors. To become a soldier of the Hand of Argus, you must pass many such tests.
Favor the road, travel.
Have you seen these serpent men? The ones they call themselves Naga. They dare make an advance upon the camp under cover of darkness only 3 nights ago. Can you believe the audacity of those primitive beasts? I need you to deliver a message to their leadership. To the northeast is the Wraithscale lair home to Lord Ziz. Find him, slay him where he stands. Drive this banner through his corpse. Let them know fear whenever they see our standard.
Blessings upon your family.
Arcanon Poro.
Well done. The Ravager population will bear watching for some time, but we've made the good start. Is that an upgrade? That is a big upgrade.
Good health, long life.
Now I have to go kill the Warlord.
Okay.
I'm going to start going to Overpower, because of course I am. I want that Overpower talent as soon as possible. Oh, nice, Blade Jamal. Eh. Oh, you know what's this?
¿Qué
Oh,
pasa?
hang on. Hop on.
Yay! I can't lose follow on this one.
Mm-hmm. The reason... You've probably noticed that my main Zalosh, which is my Demon Hunter, almost... I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm going the right way. Almost exclusively...
No, you're not. We need to be going north.
No, it's right there. I'm kind of going around because I know how this works. Almost exclusively uses the dirigible in terms of its mount. It's not because I particularly like that mount. It's actually because it's a two-seater. And it's the only two-seater I like at the moment. I mean, this one's the other one, but I used this for like a year. Oh no, there's Naga everywhere. If this was vanilla, I'd be dead right now.
Mm-hmm. And we wouldn't be on these mounts.
That's also true. Because we wouldn't have them out at this level. Wah, boss time.
Wait. We have to put down a... Oh, no, we have to kill him first.
Yeah, we have to kill him first. Alright. So let's see how we can handle 4 mobs at once. I think we got this.
Well, I hit him with an AoE.
We got this.
Declare power.
So, Talia, you were actually asking something. I think that didn't share, weirdly enough.
You have to declare power.
There we go. Yeah, I just had to do it as well. And yeah, don't worry, we'll help the Furbog out. Oh, sorry. Hang on, let me... There we go. Yeah, I don't like the dirigible in general at the moment. The fact that they've talked about how they're going to add more customization options, that sounds cool. But as is, I'm just like, I just use it because it's a two-seater. There's like 10 two-seaters, I think. There's not a lot.
There's a whole... you mean U plus 2.
Well, okay, hang on. So rewind. So there are not that many mounts that have more than one. There it is. I was a little bit too far west. I'm sorry. The mounts that are like this, that someone can ride on board with you. So there's all the Dragonflight ones. Let's just start with that. As in the ones from Dragonflight, not the ones that have Dragonfly. This might be interesting. Oh, okay. Paying attention. Okay.
I had to hit a heal.
Yeah, I had to actually hit some buttons there. Holy crap. Anyways, T-Mobile.
I don't have the key.
So I have to take the quest. Help me, Dawnforge. The Bristlelim captured me and are planning to sacrifice me to their foul gods. High Chief Bristlelim holds the key. To force him up here, you must kill a whole bunch of Furbogs like you just did. Well, okay. Let's go kill a bunch of Furbogs.
It's a whole bunch. Because I didn't get credit for it during that.
So all of the Dragonflight mounts are two-seaters. And then there's the one you just saw me use, which is this thing. This is actually an alchemy mount from back in Cataclysm, I want to say. There's also technically the Yak, but it's a pain because you have to kick out the NPC. And the Recruit a Friend mounts, all of those are two-seater.
You are in combat.
And
with that totem over there.
I feel like there's like one other one.
There's the rocket.
That's the Recruit a Friend one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I think there's actually 2 Recruiter Friends, but they're both, two-seaters for obvious reasons. And yeah, Yak doesn't fly, too. So, like, our options are the Dragonflyers or this Alchemy mount, which I got back in Kata. Because I used to craft in this game. Yeah, no, they can't, Uthor. Like, I can literally prove that. Okay, that's a bad pick.
Yeah, no. Not every flying mount can do. Only the Dragonflight ones can do a carry along.
Yeah, it was one of the first things I was disappointed by when they... Here we go, Sky Golem.
It's the reason why half of my mounts aren't in my favorites bar, because I would have a lot more mounts in my favorites bar.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of mounts in my favorites bar, and then I also completely separately have the Sandstone Drake, because that's the two-seater.
I'm coming. I had to loot.
Oh yeah, sorry. So someone checked for me last night. I think that was Bella. Let me double check so I can give credit to the right person. Might have been Primark.
Lore, get over here.
Coming.
I got too close to the dude.
Coming. I see him. Wah! There we go. Oh god, I can't. Where was it? Someone tested this last night. And, whatever. I'm sorry I don't remember who did it, because I apparently can't find the dialogue. But we can now confirm that if you hit 20, even on a brand new account, it was Bella, even with a brand new account with no nothing, you still get Dragonflying. You do not have to do any of the quests in Dragonflight.
Nice.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's great. And it's exactly what it should be. To be blunt and frank at the same time.
To be blank.
Anyways, there's not a lot of two-seaters in the game. I'm really hoping they fix that at some point. Maybe... So, what I'm thinking, Huthor, because I had the same thought, and when we first hit War Within, one of the first things we did was like, hey, I can't wait to see... Okay, so let me explain what I mean here really quick. Sis, do you mind helping me with an experiment?
Not at all.
Excellent. Let me find my dragon flying mounts. Here we go. This is one of them. So this is a dragon flying mount. This is one from Dragonflight.
You have to turn it on. You haven't turned it on yet.
Right. Thank you for reminding me. That's here, I think?
I was going to say, I have mine on. I might have mine on already.
There we go. Ride along is enabled, and I want lightning rush. So I'm going to do that really quick. Then I'm going to do... I'll talk about all those talents I just showcased very briefly later. Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, so you should be able to hop on?
Yep.
Okay, so you notice this is a two-seater. It's got this follow-along feature, and they turn into a adorable little whelpling based on which form you're on, okay? So, when all of us, like me, Evo, and Pax, and I think Sistu, all swore that it was the thing where it's like, hey, you could totally hop on other mounts, too.
Because that was Dragonflying related, not... That was Dragonflight related, not mount related. Turns out we're wrong.
So what might have happened, and I haven't been able to do my due diligence on this, is maybe they were talking about that as a maybe thing. And yours is off, by the way, sis. And
I don't know how to turn it on.
It's in your mount thing. In your mount tab, click the skywriting at the top, and then click skills and unlocks, and it's
yep. Okay, I found it. Right along, active.
Okay,
Not
so like,
rush.
so this thing is a mount that can fly, and so we're like, oh man, I can't wait to see like what the ride-along appearance is going to be for like Invincible, or what the ride-along appearance is going to be for the Phoenix. But as you can see, my sister cannot mount on me. She cannot join me. So it's just the dragon flying mounts.
Can you get on the fish?
Nope. It's just the dragon flying mounts and like the other 5. Anyway, sorry, that's a long and roundabout way of saying this is why I use the Sandstone Drake.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. It's not letting me. Weird.
I turned it on.
I believe you. Just being weird.
Good fortune.
I'm sorry that you had to do that. Heavy-handed violence is not the Draenei way. I don't know if I agree with that. This is one of life's truths, and many do not understand until it is too late. So it was for our people when we were slaughtered at the hand of the orcs. Becoming a Hand of Argus is a process of rebirth, and with birth comes pain.
Do not lose.
A Hand of Argus soldier is many things. They are obedient, brave, intelligent, and above all, honorable. You may yet exhibit some of these traits. Report to the Exarch Ademetius at the Bloodwatch if you are still interested in joining the Hand. He and his subordinates will further train you in the way of the soldier. And remember this, honorable people do not always perform honorably. Sometimes they cannot. You'll find the Watch up the road to the north.
Long life.
Yeah, the Hive mount. So we actually were putting some thought into trying to get a group together to get the Hive mind mount, but it's really, really, really stupid. First of all, it's insanely complex to get, which doesn't necessarily bother me, but I'm not going to bother with all that nonsense for a mount that can only be mounted by the people who were there when we got it.
Well, I mean, you, me, Pax, and Evo.
Yes, but you think about what I just said.
Yeah, it can only ever be mounted by the people that were there.
Yeah, that's just honestly not worth the incredible hassle of getting them out. So, welcome to Bloodmyst. You're probably wondering why it's called that.
I'll give you one guess. He looks very worried.
Warm wishes to you.
Are you Dawnforge? Or Shadow Him? Or whatever your player name is? It's about time. I'm just about giving up and finding you. There's an urgent message waiting for you at the mailbox. The person who gave him it was a human admiral from Azuremyst. Admiral something. The name escapes me. He said you'd know who he was.
Be kind to those less
No,
fortunate.
we don't.
Ooh, what do you speak of? Okay, so there's a bunch of quests here. Let's try to do these in order. So first, let's do the simple turn-in of helping his daughter. Once again, you have proven to me that all that was prophesized. You have the eternal gratitude of the High Chief, and you have this relic you can grab. Cool, that's total crap. Thank you for the total crap. I appreciate it.
I have unspent talent points.
Barely better than my current one-hander. Okay. Okay, so let's go grab the MSQ first. I am a warrior, Eva Ilya. My sister here, if you can figure out what class she is without me telling you, then you get no points. But still, it should be fairly obvious.
The Legion's end draws
I had a
near.
feeling you would make it this far. Willing to go further, I am willing to teach you.
Remember the lessons of the past.
What does Argus mean to you, Dawnforge? Many of the Draenei probably do not know or remember our home planet. It was there we split from the Minari, the twisted, demonic reflections of ourselves that were gifted by Sargeras. Or as they now call themselves, Eredar. Ugh, Eredar, this word once held meaning. He smacked his lips as if to taste the word. Disgusting. Let's not waste our time anymore. Find the Vindicator Boros. Begin their trade.
Blessings upon your family.
The Naru have not forgotten us. May your days be long.
Welcome to
and your
Bloodwatch. Seeing to the defenses of the outpost is my primary concern, but I've also been tasked with a variety of other duties by our leaders at the Exodar. The problem is that it is hardly safe to send out large amounts of researchers when the island is this dangerous. I need someone to gather a series of crystal samples from various sites on the island. The first sample I must need comes from the Ravager ship to the south of town.
Do not lose faith.
Also, maybe this is talking to
Good
him.
health.
The Hand of Argus has established a forward base at Vindicator's Rest, but they are solely outnumbered by both blood elves and mutated wildlife. Without backup, their outpost is in danger of falling, and we'd have no way to keep an eye on the events near the Vector Coil. Report to Scout Jorli, to the northwest. Offer her your assistance.
Dionys Aka.
Surprisingly decent for a BC texture. And hang on, Primarch, I'm not ignoring you. Let me just read all the quests here first.
Arcanon Poros. Dionys Akar.
Harbinger Mikolas has done a commendable job of safeguarding Bloodwatch, but our enemies are many and our resources few. Our weakness is well known to our enemies, but your contact with forces of the Alliance is something they haven't accounted for. I have prepared a letter of introduction to the people of Aberdeen. This is actually interesting. Proposing cooperation in the fight against our foes. Take it with you. Seek out Huntress Kelly and Nightbow near the docks west of the Exodar.
Be well.
This is what we refer to as a vector quest. It's a way to give you an indicator of where you can go next. There are vector quests all over the place in this game. What's interesting about vector quests is most of them have built-in mechanics to flag the quest as done, even though you haven't done the quest, because you've already done the quest it leads to. There's some exceptions to that, but for the most part, if you've done the follow-through of a vector quest, you can't go back and get the vector quest, which may sound weird, but remember, the only point of a vector quest is to get you from point A to point B. That's why they're called that. I used to call them go-tos, but the professional term is vector.
You got my attention. Off with you.
Babysitting! Oh, would you believe it? They pulled me out of a promising dig and sent me on Captain Odysseus' expedition to babysit that little gnome. I'd never heard of a gnome wanting to become a prospector before, so I asked. Seems we're taking gnomes now, and this particular one has a fascination with murlocs. Well, he's gone off and set up shop in an old turtle shell on the northern shore of the island. Go have a look if you don't believe me.
Watch your back.
Or
Yes,
you need to turn on low-level quest tracking.
I do, apparently. That's actually a valid point. I won't need that for long, because we're going to chromie time as soon as we finish the zone. But yes, that is a valid thing to be aware of.
Chronakai Christo.
We've learned much of our enemies in recent days. The Blood Elves are led by a being known as Silronus and plot to destroy us. Ultimately, they seek to enslave Oros and regain control of the Exodar.
I am a shirtless blood elf male.
Light be praised. Is literally the next line of dialogue. It's unrelated to what my sister just said. We have stopped their supply line by destroying the Sun Gate. That is,
Oh, I am male.
whatever. They continue to use the contaminant of the vector coil.
How did you end up getting to be a female and I've got to be a man?
Remain vigilant.
I mean, nobody wants to be a man, am I right?
No. No,
I mean,
I
have you
don't.
seen Draenei males? Ugh. My goodness, there's so many quests. All right, let's grab the wanted poster. So, Azuremyst wasn't terrible. In fact, I actually have been keeping track. Azuremyst was a total of 4 negatives to gameplay. That sounds pretty bad, and it kind of is. But ultimately, that's not as bad as it could have been. I have a feeling Bloodmyst will be even worse. So you're probably already noticing. We talk about that flower design. Well, this is kind of worse, because it's all of the downsides of the Azuremyst, but also still the flower design, but it's badly done. Because you get to this town, and this town is where there's a ton of quests, and also vector quests, but all of them are completely out of order, and there is a story here, and it's even main story quest. It's MSQ for the BC storyline, but you get it interspersed with like 5 or 6 other little micro stories, none of which have anything to do with anything. And yeah, it is just absolutely barraging you with quests. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to pick up, all, and I've already picked up this many. Look at my quest log. By order of the Harbinger Mikolas, a bounty is to be paid for a brave soul who brings proof of the marauding bear Deathclaw's demise. Deathclaw should be considered extremely dangerous, and used to be an elite, I think, like a 3-man elite, but nowadays is not, because screw you. Oh yeah, by the way, as much as I'm in favor of not having group walls, we should bring back 3-man elites. I can explain the specifics of why I feel that way, but it should probably be self-evident. This crap.
Remain vigilant.
Exactly. A 3-man elite is soloable. It's hard, but it's doable. And yeah, it makes it more interesting. So it's not actually a group wall, it's a, hey, try. And I like trying. 5-man elites are soloable if you're the right class or spec.
Which of these dudes gave us the disguise? Because I turned mine off because I didn't want to be a man.
I haven't even gotten that quest yet.
Cool.
It's good to see another face here in Bloodwatch. Although the Blood Elves are the most immediate threat, there are other sinister creatures that call Bloodmyst Isle home. The Nazivis Satyr are of particular concern. They are foul, demonic creatures commanding dark magics, feeding on the corruption created by Exodar's crash.
Well, he won't give it back to me, so...
We must hold them in check. But first, we must learn more about them. Go learn what you can from that grotesque monument.
Oh, I already talked to her, so maybe that's why I can't
The
pick it back
Naru
up.
have
Could
not
be.
forgotten us.
Whatever.
The Black Silt Murlocs. By the way, have you been paying attention? So we have to deal with Naga, Murlocs, Satyrs, Blood Elves, and just local foliage. So that's 5 separate story arcs we've got going on here, which all kind of dovetail to the main 2 story arcs that are going through these sections. The Black Silt Murlocs on the southwestern coast are curious creatures. In some ways they are barely sentient, and yet others they show a remarkable degree of organization. I have a few theories, but no real way to test them until recently. I've devised a method that allows me to track Murlocs I am interested in doing, without any lasting harm or interfering with their natural behavior. If you're willing to help with the marking, I'll gladly pay you for your service.
Seek the path of the light.
I also need some water. So, do you think often of your family? There are a number of families aboard the Exodar, and I've heard of very few being reunited. I myself am looking for traces of my husband, Galen, who was a technician in the Cryocore. The wreckage of it is located to the west and is swarming with blood elves. I must find out what became of Galen. Even news of his death is better than never knowing. My husband was wearing a pendant identical to my own, a gift from my sister.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Oh yeah, that's another interesting little thing.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. We're gonna find a pendant, not a man.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He deserves to die. All right, so I should be talking out these talents as I take them. I apologize. I'll make a point to do that from now on. So if you're paying attention, I should stop talking and keep reading.
May the light...
Don't ever forget to talk about story and then talents, okay? Cool.
Story talents.
About a week ago, my research team and I were exploring the western wilds of Bloodmyst when we were attacked by bloodthirsty spiders. The effect of the crystal contamination was clearly evident, as these spiders were massive and extremely aggressive. I managed to escape, so my team wasn't so lucky. But my team wasn't so lucky. We must not let the same fault befall the others. Go and destroy the spiders and
Be
their
kind
mates.
to those less fortunate.
There are a lot of things worse than death in this setting. I suppose that's true for a lot of settings. My sister has left.
Each day
Yeah,
is a
I'm gonna
blessing.
stay on my mic, but I'm gonna go,
Okay.
like, sit
Sit.
Your
down
days
Yeah,
be long,
understood.
in a
and
different
your
chair.
hardships
A good woodsman makes use of every available resource. Even the most bizarre creatures possess attributes we can use to our advantage. With Bloodwatch under constant assault from the Sunhawks, we're looking to a variety of natural defenses, including traps. The Lasher's thorny vines are perfectly suited to the construction of the traps I have in mind. The combination of sharp spines and deadly toxin will fail unwary attackers. Bring me the vines of mutated constrictors so I can begin my work.
Dionys Haka.
As I'm sure you've seen in your time in Bloodmyst, very little remains unchanged by our arrival. Hello, Mr. Red. My training and experience has taught me that even the products of an environment like this one can be put to use. With so few resources, we must rely on our ingenuity to provide for us. I've been supplementing our forces with meat from the bears that wander the island. With the proper preparation, it can be safely eaten. Remember, this is Azeroth. So there's actually a weird thing about Azeroth. Hang on, I want to talk about this too. So that's 3 things I want to talk about. But I'm still not done picking up quests!
Warm wishes to you.
Did you know that mushroom hunting is more dangerous than mushroom consumption? Mushroom hunters expose themselves to many unknowns, not including potential wildlife dangers. What would life be without a little danger? I am in need of mushrooms in my collection. Scattered throughout these unexplored wilds, you'll find 4 different mushroom types. An aquatic stinkhorn, a bloodthrum, a ruinous polyspore, and a felcone fungus. They're each unique to the various regions here. Bring them all to me.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Got it. Go risk your own safety.
Oh my god, look at that map. Look at all those quests. We're not even done. There's 2 I haven't picked up yet. Speaking of which... That's true. We do have Fungarians. Where up? There it is. There's another quest. My dear friend, my hand trembles. What? My hand trembles as I ink this letter. I pray it reaches you in time. Last night, Edward Haynes, captain of the ship Lost Hope, appeared before me in my tent. Edward Haynes that died of scurvy 20 years ago. This apparition told me a tale that made my heart tremble, a tale I need you to hear, and a mission I need you to accomplish. Will you do it? Seek out Edward on Wormscar Island, northeast of your base. With regards, Admiral Odysseus. There is some overlap, but I want to talk a little bit about quest design. So I got to talk about, hang on, I got to talk about quest design,
Balance, story,
talents, and story.
and something else.
So,
And something else.
Quest design. No, that was the 3. That was the 3.
No, there was another one.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to need you to interchange chat for just a minute, so I'll be right back.
I can't even see chat. I'm not in my office. Okay, chat. Hi. I don't feel great. I went and sat down on the bed. My throat's not scratchy anymore, sounding at least. So now I'm just coughing like I've been a chain smoker for 20 years. Instead of, like, sounding like I've been a chain smoker for 20 years. Oy. Why does he put me in charge when he goes away? Normally that's not a problem. So I'm playing this mobile game. It's called Out of the Dark. It is not currently available on the Play Store because they are doing some major behind-the-scenes updates to it. But when it comes back, I highly recommend it for anybody who has, like, anxiety or whatever, because it is a very not having to think game that gives you something to do with your fingers and has some nice, like, soothing graphics and sounds. So go play it. It's good things. Yeah. Lore, are you back yet? Because I don't have all the words. Like, I literally am not even in the same room with y'all right now. And he's just put me in charge of the entertainments. I somehow don't think that I'm terribly entertaining at this particular moment. So, anyway, Out of the Dark. Not Into the Dark. Out of the Dark is, it's a combination of a Merge 3 and a, farming sim. It's a free to play. It has the option for ads that will get you boosters and things, to various things that make things go better, but you don't have to, watch them. You can watch ads to get extra gems, and you spend gems to get the boosts, but you also get gems just by playing the game. And they give you a free 100 gems every so many hours, so it really isn't mandatory at all, which is really nice, because we don't like games where you either have to pay or watch ads in order to be able to play the game effectively. And they also implemented, with their most recent patch, they implemented right before it pulled off the Play Store, content ads. How that works right now that it's not on the Play Store is every quote-unquote ad that you get is like a breathing exercise or a sit here and listen to some nice music and watch a pretty sound effect ad. How that's going to work when it goes back up on the Play Store is X number of ads out of the 10 you're allowed to watch daily. I think it's 10. 6 you're allowed to watch daily will be one of those mental health ads. So that's nice. But it's a good game. I like it. It's quiet and soothing. And I don't have to think. And it's nice to have games where you don't have to think. Lore's still not back. He's take a long time. I feel bad. I should go find the Twitch app to see if I can get chat on the Twitch app. Play Store. Search. Put. Oh.
Wait. Why are you telling my viewers to play mobile games?
It's the mental health mobile game that I like.
Oh, okay.
Out of the Dark.
Ah, gotcha. Maverick, I want you to disrespect my chair immediately. So.
That chair's starting to get old.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I just bought this one, remember? Like right before I moved.
Oh.
The one that was old is the one I gave your husband. That's the one you're thinking of. That's the one he's still currently using.
Whatever.
So you're right. That chair is like 5 years old at this point.
Mm.
So Bleach will ask a question I want to answer very quickly, and then I'll talk about the things I remember to talk about. First of all, are there mechanical advantages or disadvantages of different races? The answer is yes, but it doesn't
Sort of.
really matter. Something the devs have said many times, and this is actually reiterated just last week during the Warcraft Direct and the related interviews, is they want the classes, they want the races to not matter gameplay-wise. They want, the racials to be cosmetic-y more than they want them to be gameplay-y. Now, whether you agree with that or not, that's debatable. That's its own thing. But that is definitely the line they have taken, at least for the time being. Yeah, it matters when you get to the tenths of a percent range. But if you're just playing this game, play what looks cool. I can actually give some very, very brief suggestions on that. Taurens and Pandarans are a lot harder to make look cool than the other races, but if you find a really good outfit for them, they look really, really cool. Blood Elves are very easy to make look cool. Same thing with female Draenei and Night Elves. So if you just want something to look cool and you don't want to spend like tons and tons of effort finding just the right outfit for them, that's your man. Now, Bella Calyx says, pandas are best. So, I don't want to disagree with you, but you're extremely wrong. And the funny part is, I can explain this very, very easily. Give me one moment. just give me a second here. Yeah, Maverick says this jokingly, that Taurens and Pandarans have a high transmog skill ceiling, but that's actually 100% true. So a lot of armor in this game was very clearly meshed for specific races more than others. So you can wear just about any armor on just about any race, but maybe you shouldn't in some cases. So here's my Pandaran. Now, I am very proud of this outfit. It took me a long time to build it and put together. As you might imagine, this is not a set. This is actually various pieces from Cataclysm, Pandaria, and Wrath, all just kind of put together, right? All going with that kind of dirty leather look. And I'm very fond of it, but this took me a long time to put together because it was random pieces all over the place, right? Of course, I've got my giant staff of awesome, but that's unrelated. So, hey, that looks very, very cool. And it does. Just like Taurens, you can do some really cool Tauren stuff. But then there's the stuff that doesn't look good on Taurens. And then there's the stuff that doesn't look good on Pandarans. And I have two very easy ways to explain this to you. I've actually got very specific sets in mind. I'm just going to show you really quick here. I have Cloden. And yeah, there is some cool stuff in War Within's civilian outfits. Shouldn't be taking this long. Alright, so... Oh, I see why it took so long. Oh, did Iron Man since War Within. That's why it took so long. Alright, so let's go ahead and put up our appearances here. Nope, that's not the right tab. There we go. Alright, so let's pretend for a second that we're a rogue. Hey! Wow, rogues are cool. You know what one of the best looking rogue sets is in the game? Bloodfang armor. Man, look at how awesome that looks on a Pandaran. That's just... Yeah, that's just so badass. Isn't it great what this amazing suit looks like on a Pandaran? But you know what? That looks terrible. That looks terrible. But you know, it could be worse. It could be worse because we can look like this.
You should go to the Pandarian sets.
Okay.
So they can see sets that were designed and put out during the time when pandas were a thing.
Hang on. There's Dragon Soul. Dungeons. Here we go. So obviously, it's I don't even know what to say about it. Yeah, it's just, some sets don't work on Pandarans. It's just the simplest way I can put that. Now, some do. to go back to, say, Monk. There we go. Some sets look much better, and as if they were meshed for Pendarns originally, which is probably because they were. And then we got stuff like this, right? And you can always tell, because of how things are sized or morphed or shaped, you could tell when things fit a certain race better than other races. And obviously some of them are...
You should go find a set from Sunwell.
Okay, hang on. Sunwell, so that's going to be... Oh, it's above? What? Oh, it's because I have Monk up. So let's do Paladin. There we go. Girls Lair. Path PvP. Season 3, Season 1.
Put the banana
there it
suit
is.
on him.
There it is. Behold. Just soak it in. Soak it in. Although, if you want the banana suit, well, there it is. It's, I mean, the banana suit doesn't look good in general, but... This is my point. Pendarans can be made to look cool. I've proven that. First of all, I'm rather fond of my own Pendarans look. Just to be quite blunt about that. But, you gotta work at it. You gotta work at it. And yeah, actually, Huthor brings up something that I've talked about several times. People keep saying, Lore, why don't they keep adding new races? FF14 actually has run into this exact same problem already, and WoW has had this problem for years. Every piece of armor in the game is wearable by every race. Now, I know that sounds strange, but what I mean by that is even if I'm playing a race that cannot play a specific class, that armor is nevertheless meshed to that racial's rig. Make sense? So like, I can do a preview. Like I'm on a Drat, I can be everything, but I can do a preview of a specific outfit and be like, hey, what's this look like on me? And it will show me what that looks like on me, even though I technically can never actually wear that outfit. Because the work still has to be done to actually rig all of that stuff. Make sense? Or not rig, you know what I mean. So that means every time they add a new race, every piece of armor in the entire game has to be manually attached to the new race.
Which is why Volpera are just goblins.
Exactly. I don't know how to pull up heritage armor. Is it even there? I'm not sure I have. I think I have some... I keep putting the wrong tab. Some heritage, but I don't remember which ones I have. Someone help me out. Where is heritage in the list? Yeah, this is also my Drakthir, only where, what is it? It was belt, chest, and shoulders, right? And that's it. Because that way, it's still a lot of work, but, you know. You know what? Hang on. What's the Blood Elf heritage armor called? Because there's a way to kind of work around this. Because there's Dark Iron, there's Light Forge, there's Mechanome, there's Nightborn, there's Wood Elf. There we go. There we go. No. Let's just do something very basic. Sorry, this is taking longer than I thought it would because it didn't used to be like this. Yep, nope. You actually cannot at all see those outfits. That's interesting. Huh. So, for those of you not aware, I can actually pull out item codes for things. I think you can do this in FF14 as well. Don't quote me on that. Like this. So I can see the item code right there for the Sindori Pauldrons. That's the Blood Elf things. But as you can see, I cannot preview it. It's not working at all. Interesting. So, by default, with no add-ons, I actually literally cannot see Heritage Armor on another race. So that's actually new. The way it used to work, before Heritage Armor even existed, was you could see everything on every race. So it sounds like they finally started doing something to lower the ridiculous amount of work they had on their backs. Anyways.
At least when it comes to one set of armor that exists in the game at all.
Yeah. The good news is that means they could spend a lot more time on that one suit of armor, which is probably why most of the Heritage suits look really, really good. Alright, so.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Dunforge, I heard about you. You're the one that made the Kessel run in under 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that sounds like an obvious joke.
Along with like 3 other people.
But you probably missed it earlier. The quest where we were given the fast mount was called the Kessel run, because we were being given to it by a Draenei named Kessel. And the buff only lasted 15 minutes. Are you ready to spill some blood in the name of the light? For Velen, for Argus! I'll slow down.
May your days be...
Bloodwatch is one of 2 forward bases operated by the hand of Argus. We've already seen the other one, Azurewatch. Things are completely different in Bloodmyst. When we first got here, the land was as beautiful as Azuremyst. We even called it Silvergale. But now sickness is spreading across the land. Worst, the Blood Elves we were clashing with at the Exarch survived the crash. This brings me to your assignment. Venture northwest to Bladewood. Terminate any Blood Elves you find.
Blessings upon your family.
The Ixodar's crash scattered pieces of fouled crystal all over Bloodmyst Isle, corrupting the water and the landscape. We've even begun finding pieces of crystals inside the flesh of animals taken for meat. I have uncovered a way to purify a shard and turn them into a functional crystal, so if you bring me enough shards, I'll trade you one of my completed crystals for them. So far I found them in bears, ravagers, flutterers, and treants.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Now, are we done with quests?
Everything.
Yeah. Are we done with quests? Nope. We got one more. Oh my god. We're never going to be done. It's Lotra all over again.
Warm wishes to you.
Oh, wow, Huthor. That's interesting. So someone really did bother with the effort, and then they just locked it out. That's fascinating. I am in need of your services. I have a plan to topple the entire Sunhawk army. We shouldn't be doing this quest yet. Whatever. We need to gather vital information. We need to identify the weaknesses in their primary defense. Unfortunately, we've been unable to get close enough to the vector coil to gauge their defenses. If we could get the prisoner to talk, we could get information we need. Attempts at interrogation have failed miserably. Torture is, of course, out of the question. Well, we use the Draenei on the inside. I can cast a spell on you to make you appear to be a blood elf and adjust your language. Through subterfuge, we may be able to get information we need. Under this guise, I want you to find whatever information you can pry out of the prisoner. Do not leave the watch while disguised. This spell will fail.
Do not lose faith.
Okay, let's see if it turns you into a shirtless blood elf man.
Yep, I'm a guy. Anyways.
Abandon the quest to pick up the disguise again.
Never. Sneak up to her here. Who are you? I've never seen you before. I'm a prisoner. What's it look like? The Draenei filth captured me as I exited the Sun Gate. They killed our portal controllers and destroyed the gate. The Sun King will be most displeased by this turn of events. Don't worry, New Blood. There are more portal controllers and more suitable locations for portals. I am certain Saronis will have a new gate up very soon. These blue-skinned dogs are not long for this world. Saronis and the Abomination will clean up whatever the Sunhawk leaves behind. You know, they've forgotten Saronis would here. I served under Saronis back in Outland. Hadn't heard of this Abomination, though. This damnable Draenei kept me before I even fully materialized. It was Saronis' idea. The Abomination's actually one of their own. He's a high-ranking member of the Draenei military order, Triumvirate or some nonsense. Whatever the thing is, it's massive, powerful, and full of rage. Any attacks against the Vector Coil will almost surely fail as long as that thing is around. Incredible.
I love how she's not suspicious of you talking to her through the outside of the cage, being able to walk around without a guard.
It's fine, it's fine. Whatever that thing is, it's massive, powerful, full of rage. How did Saronis accomplish such a thing? Saronis claims that a certain Eridar possessed the ability to transform others of their race into Minari, savage demonic beings. Draenei were supposedly the Eridar, and Saronis is a powerful Eridar. Can you believe it? These pathetic creatures are once all-powerful demons. What kind of fool rejects such a power? Yes, obviously. Obviously, how else could she infiltrate the ranks and pass as a Draenei? She's been living among them for a long time. Man, the Vector Coil's massive. I hope we have more than one abomination guarding the numerous weak points. Numerous? It has 2 weak points. The base of the structure on the west side and the base of the structure on the east side. Wait a minute, how would you know about the Vector Coil? Didn't you say you were a captured prematurelist? Yep. Thanks for the intro, Blood Elf. Bye! I'll just let her out. There you go. Have fun. Bye.
It was really funny watching this on a 20-second delay.
Blessings upon you.
Well done, Dunford. Well done indeed. You're ready to eradicate the Blood Elf menace forever.
Good health.
I will not ask you to single-handedly bear the burden of destroying the Vector Coil and slaying Saronis. However, I believe you can be of some help in clearing the way for others to take on such a dangerous assignment. Take the road north and follow it till you get to the fork. Once there, take the left road to Vindicator's Rest. Once again, distractions. It'll be slightly west of the road itself, and Corrin will be waiting.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Okay, so let's talk about, let's see. Quest design, story, and talents. Let's do talents first. That's the easiest. I just want to talk out the talents I'm picking and why I'm picking them. So the first few choices are obvious. You have only 4 choices on the left and 1 choice on the right. On the left, we can get increased movement speed by 5%. Something I did pick up, Leech increased by 3%, or the ability Intervene, which is a closer but targets allies instead of enemies. I chose this one, War Machine. Your auto attacks generate more rage. Rage is my spendable resource as a warrior. However, killing an enemy generates 5 rage and increases your movement speed by 30% for 8 seconds. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a momentum ability, and it's great for overworld questing. It's also great if you're on trash duty in any given raid. Over on the left, we take Overpower. Overpower is exactly what it sounds like. It's kind of a bread and butter ability for arms. You hit them doing lots of damage. It cannot be blocked, cannot be dodged, cannot be parried. It also increases the damage of your next mortal strike, stacking. Cool. So then back over to the left, I took Impending. We could get Impending Victory, Heroic Leap, or Stormbolt. Impending Victory is interesting. So we have an ability called Victory Rush. Every time we kill an enemy, we can Victory Rush. Victory Rush heals us. Again, more momentum mechanics. However, Impending Victory removes the kill requirement and inverts it. In other words, it's the same thing that heals you on kill, except you can use it at any time, but if you kill someone, it nukes the cooldown. Otherwise, you just have a heal every 25 seconds. So that's a near universal improvement in terms of your healing and self-healing. And considering that's a huge portion of a warrior's healing, yeah, duh. It's also useful for something I'll talk about in just a second. We could have taken Heroic Leap, which actually probably will get at some point. Anybody who's played Diablo 2 knows this ability because it's called Hup. Hup is the kind of thing, several classes have this, where you target a thing and your character goes and just jumps to a spot. Great mobility. It's insta-cast. It's got huge range and a 45-second cooldown. Then we have Stormbolt. Stormbolt is a straight-up stun. It actually does damage, but its primary purpose is a single target stun. 30-second cooldown, so pretty quick, and it's self-explanatory. We'll go and keep going down here, because the second thing I picked, which you'll notice was a direct requirement of Impending Victory, was Second Wind. Restore 6% of your health every 1 second when you haven't taken damage for 5 seconds. In other words, whether you're in combat or not, if you have avoided damage for several seconds, your health just starts regenerating very, very quickly. Now, the primary purpose of this is, of course, for overworld questing. It's great for just being able to regen a bit in between fights. However, this is still pretty useful in several specific circumstances in raids or dungeons when you're on a particular fight and you can avoid damage for several seconds and therefore get a little bit of passive healing in to ease the burden of the healers. Because most unavoidable damage in WoW doesn't come back to back. There's like unavoidable damage, and then there's a bunch of stuff you can dodge, and then unavoidable damage, and then a bunch of stuff you can dodge, right? It's pretty much the same that FF14 does. Also, when you are below 35% health, restores 1% of your health every second. The amount restored increases the closer you are to death. So, that's a really good kind of second chance, don't really keep you up ability. I also got Frothing Berserker. Mortal Strike and Cleave, that's my big hit and my Cleave, respectively, have a 20% chance to immediately refund 10% of the rage spent. Correct, Rax. Frothing Berserker, forgive me, this is going to be a little boring, but I'm going to talk out all these talents as we go, because there's a lot of ground to cover, as you can see, and I think it's worthwhile to do so. I hope you'll forgive me for the indulgence. So Frothing Berserker, that's not much. To be a bit of give her perspective, if I use Mortal Strike, that will refund me 3 rage, which doesn't sound like a lot. But this procs all the time. It's a 1 in 5 chance, and you're using this ability constantly. In other words, what this functionally does, if you zoom the camera out, is it reduces your overall... increases your overall efficiency on rage usage. So every 10 or so ability usages, on average, it's actually more like every 50 or so ability usages, you basically get a free ability. It's not much, but it is something that helps throughput, and it's also useful for getting some other stuff with it on. I might change my mind on that, because we could also instead get Intimidating Shout. It's an AoE fear. You actually target someone and say, hey, you stay there, everyone else run. That's a 90-second cooldown. I don't find fears to be very useful, but what I do find is make Hop even better. We'll probably pick that up later. I'll get to that later. And of course, Thunderclap, which is a little more tanky. That's exactly what it sounds like. It's an AoE attack, physical damage that slows them when they take damage. Over on the arms side, the other talent I've taken is Martial Prowess. Overpower increases the damage of Mortal Strike or Cleave by 30%. This is why Overstrike says that it increases the damage, because I took that talent. If I don't take that talent, and I take something else, let's just switch this really quick here. You will notice that Overpower no longer says that it increases the damage. This is that dynamic tooltip thing in display. Because Overpower no longer increases the damage of Mortal Strike, so if you mouse over it, it doesn't say it does. I really, really like those dynamic tooltips. Anyways, you got this, Primarch. Primarch is dead. Alright, so that's all that does, and you're probably wondering, why did I pick that up? Well, because I want a beeline for this. This gives Overpower 2 charges. It also makes it do more damage, but really, the 2 charges is the important part. Overpower, as is, has a 12-second cooldown. So, that's my talent choices. Now I said I'd talk about quest design. So we just got, however many quests this is. Way, way too many of these. 16 quests. And you can see them, they're just all over the place. They're all over the place. There's a little bit of design to this, but the problem is, in my opinion, this is not a good approach to quest design. It is just shotgunning the player with stuff to do in all directions. And then... Okay. Get good rest, my dear sister. I will go ahead and leave call so my sister can safely go to sleeps. And thank you very, very much, Qualitas. Now to nerf fear one more time. We'll talk about CC design later because it'll be relevant for the dungeons we'll be doing as part of BC. And as usual, if you want to put the towards up to 3 things. Wait, no, that's an anniversary sub, isn't it? If you want to put that anniversary sub up to 3 things, please let me know. I think you're right, Primarch. But again, we're kind of reviewing this as is. And that's sort of the problem, isn't it? So, of all of the things I like about WoW's leveling speed, one thing that is probably an objective negative is that a lot of quests are level gated. Which means, because you're leveling so fast, you kind of see more quests than you should as you're pushing through an area. Make sense? The level gating effectively doesn't matter. I haven't been doing anything. I don't have any heirloom gear. I haven't been resting. I haven't been being, super efficient with my things. I've just been questing. And I am level 16 the moment I got here. You see the problem immediately. So they just shotgun a ton of quests at you, and they're all over the place, and there's no real flow or design to how this goes whatsoever. You just go do a quest, and then you go do another quest, and then another quest, and another quest, and you just kind of do whatever. If you've been paying attention, we actually already have leapfrogged ourselves in terms of some of the story. I don't blame you if you weren't listening to reading the quests, but I'm sure at least a couple of you were, in which case you are now familiar with that. Oh god, we actually didn't even do the Kessel run, so we didn't even do the quest they already referenced. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it's just... Primarch is correct. This used to be a little bit... Oh yeah, it's the anniversary, so we do have a 10% bonus. I can't get rid of that, can I? No, yeah, whatever. I think they should go back and they should smooth out some of this at least a little bit. I understand why they don't, and they're wrong. To be blunt, WoW, for the most part, understands how valuable it is revamping the old zones, because old zones are the kind of things that new players are going to experience first. And you want as smooth of an onboarding process as possible. You want as few quit points as possible for new players. And I know people who have quit here and in Ghostlands. And if you don't understand that, to explain a little bit, Bloodmyst and Ghostlands are both the second zones for their respective races. Two very popular races for players to make, Draenei and Blood Elves. So yeah, that's not great. And it kind of contributes to why Bloodmyst feels kind of wrong. Even ignoring all of this, though, one other thing to mention is that this is just kind of a lack of design. And that's the problem. Back in several vanilla zones, there was that flower method we've talked about, right? And so, and in more Cataclysm design, there's the flow, where you're going on the single path. And this is just someone shooting a bunch of quests at the map. There's no design to it. Bloodmyst in particular just does not have quest design to it. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Because again, this is always going to be a per zone basis throughout any given expansion and throughout any given part of the game. So Bloodmyst itself, not great. Spelled Bloodmyst wrong. I put an I in there. How dare I? The last thing I want to talk about was story. So one of the overwhelming dominant story arcs going on right now, I guess I can switch back to favorites since someone's following me, is we are desperate refugees who just fought a like a fighting retreat. We literally were fighting our way through the Exodar, which was currently being held by a whole bunch of Blood Elves, the Sun Fury Blood Elves. And we were desperately trying to get out of there as quickly as we possibly could in order to evacuate from Outland and get here to Azeroth. Not a lot does a good job of conveying that. Now, later expansions and quests and zones do a little bit better about usually visual storytelling, the stuff that Blizzard is very, very good at. But everything I just told you about, I bet you didn't even really know until I just told you just now. Even though the quests reference it, even though they talk about it, there's a whole lot of telling and not showing. For the most part, this just feels like these are settlements, right? Yeah, it's the Sun Fury, not even the real the real the real Blood Elves. This is the freaking Kael'thas loyalists. These are the people who had occupied the Exodar. To put a bit of perspective, for those of you who do know this game, the rest of you probably won't understand the context here. You know how there's a specific faction of Blood Elves we fight in the Botany, or the Botanica? And then there's a separate specific faction we fight in the Arcatraz and the Mechanar? Well, there was a fourth, I say faction, that's wrong. There was a fourth division of Sun Fury Elves in the Exodar. We charged in, grabbed the Exodar from them, and then, grabbed the ship, took control of it, and sent it here. We were in the middle, like picture that in your head for a second. We were in the middle of fighting them, fighting these personal guards of the Sun Fury, of the Sun King, as we were trying to activate the controls of the ship to get it the hell out of there, as they were getting reinforcements because they have the rest of their forces nearby, and we barely managed to escape here, and that's why there's all these smashed bits of ship all over the place. That story is there, but I do not blame you if you missed it. And that's sort of what I'm talking about. These initial zones don't do a super great job of conveying what the hell is going on here. Where is... Oh, jeez. There it is. Yeah, when you watch the eye, when we get there in the Netherstorm, you'll notice that there's like the Mechanar's on the right, bottom, and then the Botanica is on the bottom left. The Arcatraz is in the upper left. Where's the upper right? The Exeter was the upper right satellite. Yeah, Quel'Thalas, for all the fact that it sucks, does do a much better job than Azuremyst and Bloodmyst. The story's there. I don't think so, Cloden. I could be wrong. Alright, I need to not kill these. No! 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 Okay. No! Tag. Ah, goddamn. Murlocs. Nobody likes Murlocs. Do you know why everyone hates Murlocs? There's actually two reasons for this. One is the fact that they go... But the second reason why is because they're almost always in packs. And if you remember vanilla, you remember that packs equal death. So, yeah, that was a problem. Anyways. So Qualitas says, I thought they were all the Kael'thas faction. I corrected my terminology, Qualitas. Different divisions. They also run on low health, which pulls more of them. The real reason Murlocs became such a meme is because a lot of... So the overwhelming majority of initial WoW players played humans. Y'all are boring. And when they played humans, what they would do is they would run into Murlocs. And Murlocs were almost always your first death in vanilla. That's not even a joke. There were several Murloc camps in Elwyn Forest, and there's lots of them. And like was just mentioned, they run in fear when they get low on health, which means they pull more. Yeah, it does share. Yay. There we go. Done. Yeah, I see the chest. I don't care about loot. Look, Blade Taval. Yeah, Blood Elves are actually... Yeah, to this very day, Blood Elves are the most popular race, and then humans. Now, I will accept my own blame on the Blood Elves because I have quite a few Blood Elf characters. But in my defense, Blood Elves look cool. So I don't feel super bad about that. They should. They should go back and do a revamp of all 4 of these zones. They need it. They are the 4... They're the 4 zones that you're going to commonly interact with that are the worst zones in the game. Sorry for the weird way of saying that. The thing is, there's actually worse zones than these. There are. But you're never going to see them. Most people are never going to experience Vanilla Silithus. Most people are never going to even bother with Dustwall, or if they are, they're just going to run through and be done with it. And most people won't even get to Kurthia. Kurthia is literally a patch zone in an expansion that nothing tells you should go do. Well, very little tells you should go do. No, I agree. These zones needed a revamp. And yeah, Midnight is going to do a revamp, at least of Silvermoon. We'll see how that works out. Actually, no, I haven't, but it'll be easy to show off Blood Elves because I'm about to kill a whole bunch of them. So there's the Blood Elf. I'll get right up in his face. Shala and an abaz, do. There's a Blood Elf woman, there's a Blood Elf guy. Oh, this is actually a lot. I need to actually pay attention. Hang on. Okay, we're good, we're good. Midnight should be next winter, Rax. That's the current ETA on that. Yeah, no, they're fantasy elves. They're good-looking fantasy elves. They have really good animations, which is part of what I enjoy. When it comes to games like these, animations tend to be a little bit more important to me than raw cosmetics. Because that's what you tend to see the most. Like when you're buried in gear and armor, because that's your real cosmetics, don't forget. You tend to see them going like, whoosh! And that's the thing you see. It's one of the reasons I played a female undead for so long, is because I love the female undead animations. Same thing with Blood Elf female, which have really cool attack animations. And spell casting, you can actually see some of that. But anyways. So yeah, there's the husband. Try to be shocked. He's dead. I watched as they beat him without mercy. The ruthless attendant acted as if the cruelty was an act of normalcy. Through the savage beatings, I could feel myself breaking. As I watched Vindicator Saroon take their blows, I began to weep. Not out of fear, but out of sadness. To see a Draenei of the Triumvirate treated in such a manner, if only I could break free of my bonds. After what seemed like an eternity, the Vindicator lost consciousness. The torture was too much even for him. The cruel one, Mattis, I found out he was called, attempted to wake Saroon by splashing... I don't know who that is. Identify yourself. By splashing contagion-laced water across his ravaged body, but he did not wake. I wanted to scream, but only a low gasp escaped my lips. I was promptly beaten for this act of rebellion. As I lay on the ground, I could see Mattis... lost my place. I could see Mattis pacing in front of Saroon's body. He seemed visibly concerned. He stated Saronis or Serana or some such entity would have his flesh flayed from his bones if Saron perished in the beatings. The Saronis entity had plans for Saron. And then he died while making the entry. You have no means of identifying the corpse as Ghislaine with the information she gave you, but the clothing appears to have been torn in search of valuables. The Blood Elves would have claimed anything of value from the wreckage, including his amulet. Well... let's go kill some Blood Elves. Yeah, so the humans of this setting are pretty typical fantasy humans, honestly. But part of the reason for that is... let me walk this back. They look that way because they wanted them to look that way. Later on, during the Wrath expansion, they came up with an in-lore explanation for why they look that way. That's a better way to state that sentence. One second, I have an option that's wrong. There it is. That's what I wanted. If you want to play a fat human, go play a Coltiran. I'm actually being facetious. They're not actually fat. It's like the fat body type back in Tor. That's not actually fat, that's muscular. The Coltirans are chonky, right? They're actually strong-looking people. Yeah, burly is a good word. Yeah, humans are quite literally descendants of constructed giants. The Vrykul. We'll talk about that much later. Don't worry about that too much right now. Yeah, exactly. You remember Thor in God of War Ragnarok? That's what Coltirans look like. Makes sense for an entire race of people who live in hard labor. Yeah, by the way, we're finally collecting bare flanks. Believe it or not, this is a deliberate reference to the EverQuest quest that I referenced earlier. Oh, absolutely, Nerazaz. But, as we've talked about before, that's a lot of work. See, it's the same reason why there's only human Forsaken, even though that makes absolutely no sense. No. Whatever you're about to say, it still makes no sense. So don't even. It's because making undead models for other races involves time and effort and work for something that's effectively just a cosmetic. Yeah, Forsaken in lore have quite a few species under their umbrella, as they should. A whole lot of different races lived in Lordaeron, not just humans. Well, we'll find out when we get there, Spartan. Yeah, there were dwarves, there were elves, there were gnomes. And I think that's actually it, but all of those races were present when the Scourge ran over Lordaeron. Yay for quest design. Some of these have been pretty simple, and now we have X of Ys. Of course, the X of Ys are terrible. I suppose I'll explain what I'm complaining about. So... okay. For some stupid reason or another, hang on, let me actually walk that sentence back here. When they were designing this game originally, there actually were plans to do various undead forms that were not human. They scrapped those for whatever reason, probably because of time and effort, right? So that's whatever. Later on, they decided to excuse that in lore, and I do say excuse, not explain, by saying, oh, well, we only have the ability to raise up humans as undead. They even have lines of dialogue to that effect, in Cataclysm specifically. Now, let me be very clear. That's nonsense. It is completely self-contradictory and has no basis in reality, even within the lore of this game. Now, I know, Warcraft contradicts itself all the time, but no, that is an excuse. It would have been better to just not even bring it up, to be quite frank. Just let it sit there in the background and be like, oh, yeah, no, we totally can't res anything. Sure, Wink. But anyways. Well, Warcraft 3 has... so Warcraft 3 has ghouls, which who knows what they were before they died. Nerubians, skeletons, which don't really care what they were before they died. Banshees, those are specifically elves. I'm trying to remember what else. Abominations, which is a bunch of people before they died. Oh yeah, orc skeletons. Thank you for reminding me. You get my point. That's true, Thor. Actually, an interesting point. I don't know. I do admittedly hope that someday they offer undead options that are not human. But if they ever do that, that's so far down the line as to be a non-thing. And considering that undead isn't really a thing now, like we've kind of walked away from undeath as a major story point, it's probably not going to be themed to any given expansion over the next 3, and therefore will probably never happen, because the odds of WoW continuing past the 3rd expansion are honestly dwindling, I would say. Like, there's a very, very strong vibe of, this is our last trio, we're going to conclude WoW. What happens afterwards, who knows? Especially since, as Metzen pointed out several times, we're all getting older. That's true, Huthor. And funnily enough, the silhouette thing makes even more reason why the faction thing made no sense. I'm not saying WoW was dying. I've been saying that every expansion for 20 years. What I legitimately hope for is that WoW goes into maintenance mode and then move on to something else. Not even necessarily an MMO, just something else, right? Yeah, FF11 is exactly what I'm kind of hoping for WoW. Put it in maintenance mode, let it sit there, let it sit on the virtual servers and the shards. And be there for people who want to play it. I will probably want to replay it periodically because I love this game to death. Despite the fact that I'm running around collecting literal bear asses right now, I do still enjoy this game. I'll just enjoy this game a lot more when I get out of BC. Oh, of course I did, Mad Overlord. Let's see. Do we vote for a PS5 exclusive game? Do we vote for a DLC, which is going to win because it's by FromSoft? Do we vote for other game? Oh, no. Do we vote for a card game? I shouldn't make fun of Balatro. By all account, Balatro is actually really, really good. But an indie game, which is probably not going to win because it's an indie game. Let's see. What else was there? Dude, give me World of StarCraft. Just do it. Just do it. I've thought about trying Balatro, and I haven't even had enough time to watch the video that Mr. Red did for me, which, for the record, I actually feel really bad about. But that's how little time I have in my life right now. I actually recommended my sister to pick up Balatro, and she said, I don't want to play a mobile game I have to spend actual money on. Now, to be clear for just a second, I understand what she meant by that. My sister plays mobile games to degauze and not think. Yeah, no, I was recommending it to her for her on her phone. She doesn't want to play a real game on her phone, and I don't blame her because I don't either. The only real game I ever played to conclusion on my phone was FF1 Pixel Remaster. And that was actually not a very enjoyable experience. God damn it, Uthor. No offense, as usual. You're just literally Hitler if you play mobile games. Yeah, phone D-pads are just... Ugh. FF14 mobile. Hang on 1 second. Okay, so let's see here. But yeah, then it's going to be Metaphor or Black Wukong. Now, Black Wukong might win. I'm going to be blunt. I don't think it deserves to. Not because it's a bad game, but because it's not the best game of the year, which is what it is. You know, that's the thing, right? That's the category. Black Wukong is a good game, not the best game of 2024. That's insanity. So what that leaves, so there's an indie game that won't win, excuse me. There's a Sony game that won't win because it's PS5 exclusive. And there's Black Wukong, which shouldn't win. And then there's also a FromSoft DLC, which will win. In my opinion, none of those should win. It should be between Metaphor and FF7R2. I don't know which, but one of those two. No, it was Sony Boy or Buy a PlayStation 5 or whatever it was. I forget what it's called. Something like that. Hey, look. More Murlocs. That's it. Buy a PS5 bot. That was the one it was called. It also probably won't be Metaphor, because I don't think it's going to have the reach that Persona 5 did.
You're a tall one.
Very quiet. Be very quiet. I'm observing Murlocs. Living in an oversized turtle shell is a sacrifice I'm willing to make for science! After all, if the Murlocs see me here, they'll react to my presence and contaminate my data. As the first gnomish member of the Explorers League, I'm boldly going places no dwarf has gone before.
Be seeing you.
So I turn and say, I thought so. That grumpy old dwarf was supposed to help me carry my equipment and gather data, but all he does is sit in that Dragon town, drinking himself into a stupor.
Alrighty then. You have a great...
Keep your voice down, and don't call attention to me. If the Murlocs detect my presence, the experiment will be ruined. Ignore the Murlocs I'm constantly pulling in here and killing. While I was foraging yesterday, one of them wandered too close and discovered my camp. I returned just in time to see two of them carrying off a crate with most of my equipment. It's bound to be in one of their settlements around here, but I can't risk revealing my presence. Are you willing to help?
Off and away. Alrighty.
My observations... What the hell? And about the Black Silt Murlocs are quite illuminating. But these are just the beginning. I plan to return to Ironforge with items produced by the Black Silt's rudimentary crafting skills. The problem is the Black Silt carry these items with them at all times, and I can't have their blood on my conscience. If you're willing to help me gather them, I won't ask how you came by them.
You have a great day now.
Oh, all right, time to murder Murlocs. I'm shocked Infinite Wealth wasn't even on the list. But then again, let's be completely honest with ourselves for 1 second. Nobody gives a crap about the Game Awards. Can I just say that as bluntly as I can? I will admit, hang on, I now have a conflict of interest because I have my own Game Awards, which is better in every way. However, even before I started the LGAs, the VGAs were garbage. They've actually gotten worse. Somehow they've actually gotten worse. Well, this looks healthy. Yeah, the only thing they're there for is the random reveals that may or may not reveal it, because it's the new E3, right? Like, it's, hey, we have E3 at home. And that's it. So we could talk up and down about which games deserve what and where and how, but it doesn't matter because nobody cares. It really is the Oscars. And yeah, Gamescom, which is a much better E3 in pretty much every way. Yeah, the Wrap It Up rewards. Oh my god. I want to stress for just a second. Last year's Game Awards legitimately angered me. Like, not in, oh wow, that's... No, that pissed me off. I cannot believe how blatantly and openly disrespectful they were. They were wrong. And that's the simplest and most blunt way I could ever possibly explain that. Of course everyone made fun of it. It's the Oscars. We all pretend we care, but let's be honest, we don't. Yeah, we don't care about the Oscars. None of us have cared about the Oscars in decades, if ever. So, I've already talked about this, but we're just going to go over this right now. Overpower, 2 charges. Yes, please. My overpower just got a lot better. And my throughput just got a lot smoother. So I'm still bursty, but I have a little bit more filler in between cooldowns.
Hey! Off and away!
Did you find my equipment?
Be seeing
Oh, this
you.
is fantastic. The theft of my equipment has given me more insight into the nature of these Murlocs than I could have possibly gained in weeks of observations. I already know what I'm going to say in the report. When faced with the product of the technologically superior culture, the Black Silts displayed none of the curiosity characteristics of emerging cultures and humanoid species. Oh, it's brilliant. The people in Ironforge are going to love it. I can't thank you enough.
Off and away! Be seeing
You
you!
got those samples?
You have a great
Oh,
day
astounding. Simply astounding. These are perfect. I can already see them under the glass in the museum in Ironforge. The text is virtually writing itself in my head. Oh, your help has been invaluable. How do you spell your name? I'll make sure you appear in my report as a co-author. One of the chaps gave me a treasure map to cover a gambling debt, but mythology isn't my area of study. Superstitious lot, sailors.
Alrighty then.
All right, what's the map do? The crudely drawn map reveals nothing of its maker, but appears to have been drawn with an unsteady hand. Wavering lines and symbols depict a small pavilion with broken columns located to the west of a partially submerged tower. If the map is to be believed, the cluster of ruins appears to be located on the eastern coast of the island. You have no idea what you'll find, but it's important enough for the map's creator to record, so yeah, sure. Also, here's a boss. This used to be, I think, a 2 or a 3-man, but we're just going to rip his face off. Let's see, 1... Oh, wow, no, he's got more health than I thought. I'm not going to kill him in 5 seconds. Damn it! I feel gypped. So, tell me that gnomes are not morally bankrupt. And end statement, because I could use a laugh. I should go do this quest while I'm here. Yes. For science! No, gnomes are plenty mad scientist-y. That's kind of their shtick. No, if I was going to do a Neelix impression, I'd lower my voice a little bit and do these weird little pauses I do. You know, just to perk things up a little bit. Now, I just made the best Riola Loot stew that you could ever possibly see. I made it myself. It's very, very dear and near to my heart. I do hope it's the kind of thing that you will find acceptable, Mr. Vulcan. A little bit different. What I'm doing is a little bit more like a Ferengi. Because honestly, gnomes talk a lot like Ferengi. I don't think that was actually on purpose, but it's kind of a thing. We're facing oh, okay. I'm going to go ahead and attack there. Remember the rule. Remember the rule. Someone tell me the rule right now. Someone make my day. Tell me the rule. There it is. Spartan's got it. If you daze me, you die. That's the rule. That's been the rule since Wrath. I think the very first step of that was Rise, Ross. It's not actually when it happened, but that's when, like, the first step towards it was, I think. Which is funny, because Neelix was actually being pretty unreasonable in that particular episode. Ignore. Oh god, giant spiders. Oh god, oh god, oh god. It's okay. It's okay, everyone. They're not spiders, they're crabs. Speaking of which, for those of you who haven't heard, the LGAs will be wrapping up nominations next week. If there's anything you want to nominate, this is your last week to do so. You can type !LGA to get a link to it in chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and clean that up and get some things started, and we'll hopefully start voting next week. That'll also go for a while. The way I like to voice the goblins, you see. It's a little bit rougher, a little bit coarser. Trying to get across a little bit of that accent. It's not quite New Yorkin, because I can't do New Yorkin, but you know how it is. I'll talk to you later. And no, you cannot, Lord Hermon. Unfortunately, due to scheduling reasons, WoW cannot qualify for this year's LGAs. Yeah, no, these are crabs. Look at them. That's not how spiders move. Look at them closely. Really closely. Really closely. Look at the mandibles. No, these are crabs. These don't even begin to bother me. I am, however, in need of... around. Yep, good news. Starfield qualifies twice, actually. I say crabs because I don't have a better word. This hurts. So the general idea here, and I've actually talked about this before, game animators and also show and movie animators, but especially game animators for most of video games' existence have not animated spiders as spiders. So that's not how crabs move, sure, but it's sure as hell not how spiders move. And that's the point. If you have to ask why don't they animate them as spiders, then you're sort of missing the entire point of this discussion. No offense. Movement, so people who have erectophobia, myself included, tend to be more bothered by movement than the shape of them themselves, right? This is actually something I've done some very, very minor non-scientific tests with, where I'll have people like look at, a spider in a video game and then a spider in real life, and the spider in real life tends to bother them more because of the movement, by just paying attention to how they move. Like what you just saw, that's not how a spider moves at all. Like it was just walking over me? No. Not even close. Well, the good news is I just finished this quest. Where are you? Oh, you're down there. Yep, I was going to actually know about the one, but thank you. I'm going to get that on the way out here. A little bit more this way. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. We're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I happen to know the thing that Huthor is talking about. That's in the final zone, right? Blind guy?
The Naru have not forgotten us.
It was a bloody mess, Dawnforge. We were ambushed by a large pack of these spiders. Oh, god dang it. And their progenitor descended upon us with incredible speed and wrapped us in cocoons. I thought this was out, not in. Whatever. After we were webbed, she began to lay her eggs near us. We were to be food for her young. Food! I managed to cut my way out, but I will not leave the others behind.
Remember the
Well, the good news is I just killed them and all their mother, but... I have no idea, Lineruth. Someone smarter than me could probably give you an answer to that, though. Be free. Be free? Be free. Be free. Be free. No, don't kill the butterfly. Kill the butterfly. Kill the satyr. Ah! Spoilers. Spoilers. Hey, Quintyberry. Enjoy the mount when you get it. Well, we've definitely crossed it by Season 4. It's easy to say when the Doctor started crossing the threshold, because that's the Beowulf episode. As it happens, yes, Return of the King did get spider movement correct. Which is what I would consider to be a bad thing. Don't do it. Don't daze me. I'll kill you. Oh. Alright. You're dead. Enjoy. But I rooted you, not dazed you. Same difference. Oh yeah, Skyrim spiders are the absolute worst. They've pretty much got everything going wrong. They've got the movements, they've got the size, so you're seeing them up close, and they're the furry kind.
May the light embrace you.
You rescued over half the team. Word of your deed will definitely get back to the Bloodwatch and the Exarch. Thanks again, Dunforge.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Really? Primarch? Wow. I'm almost full. The good news is I can actually fix that at will.
I have many, many wares.
So, that's funny you say that, Lord Haremont, because I've heard some people say the exact opposite. That is to say that Dragon Age Origins are worse. The usual reason people list Dragon Age Origins as worse is because of the attack. You know the one.
Good fortune to our friends.
Yeah. So, it's kind of which is worse for you. Looking at them up close, you know, in first-person mode, most likely, or overwhelm. Either way, they're both the worst. That's why those are the 2 games, or I guess more like the 4 games, that get those negatives. And so far, nothing else. Bobble, bobble. By the way, aren't just yaks so cute? They're so cute. Sorry. I think yaks are cute in this game. Not in real life. Yaks are delicious in real life. Ooh. Get a little bit of pepper on there, you know, some paprika. Ooh. I don't know if I've encountered spiders in ESO yet. This is my mount. That's my left mount. So this is, I can kick the people out of here, right? Just boop. I can kick the NPCs out, see? And those are the slots that people can jump onto. So I can see that there's someone in my left slot and my right slot. Or more accurately, there's no one in either of those slots right now. So I'm almost positive that the reason spiders hiss is because of snakes. Snakes are a fairly common animal to fulfill a fairly similar slot in dangerous animals. So it just kind of fits neatly, doesn't it? That is presumption, though. I don't actually know if that's true. There's a book here. And a Naga trying to kill me. Why are you trying to kill me, Naga? I mean, if you think about it, almost all insects in fiction hiss to some extent. Usually chitter, that makes sense. Or like, or whatever. But they also hiss. So perhaps this journal was... What is this? Examining the book carefully, you conclude it must be a journal. Its pages are filled with an elegant script differing from the map. The text of many of the pages is obscured by drawings and writing of the mapmaker's hand. It's nearly impossible to make out the text beneath the mapmaker's tales of drunken carousing during shore leave. Lacking the means to read the book's contents, you think about who might be able to help you separate the scrawl from the words. You remember Anchorite Patheus' collection of artifacts from countless cultures. I wonder if his experienced eye might help you decipher the book's contents. Actually, no, Bladeval. The spiders in Diablo 3 are very much not spiders. At all. It's one of the things I like about them. All right, let's do a round of turn-ins. We actually haven't finished everything, but let's do a round of turn-ins.
What can I do for ya? Safe travels.
What? I just did that quest.
See you soon.
Okay, I'm synced wrong. I'm going to leave group to fix my syncing really quick. There we go.
Chronokai Christor. Blessings upon
Have you gathered the crystal shards from the creatures?
good health.
Well done.
long
This will
life.
provide the raw materials for another batch of enhancement crystals. You're welcome to tools from these kind of make. So let's see here. These are basically buff items, elixirs. We'll get the attack power one.
Remember the lesson.
It's now so blue quest means repeatable. Now there's actually two different types of repeatables. There's dailies and then there's just general repeatables. There's also weeklies. We don't need to worry about those yet.
May the light embrace you.
So
Be well.
remember, the mushrooms I requested are each unique to the different environments.
Safe journey.
I warned you, did I not? Hopefully this payment more than makes up for the mild discomfort you have suffered. Return to me when you have gained strength. Maybe I have another job for you. Mushroom job, of course.
Remember the lessons of the
It is
past.
good to see you again, 5 seconds later. You are exceptionally efficient in completing that last task. Maybe you'd like another? To the northeast lies Vermscar Island, home to a rare species of mushroom named Yazara's tear, named after the green dragonlings that inhabit the island. I only require a small sample of the mushroom, but I must warn you, the denizens of the island do not take carefully to visitors.
Be kind to those less fortunate. Each day is a blessing.
Did you manage to get the vines?
Be well.
These seem sturdy enough to do the job. Thank you for your help. Your contribution to the Bloodwatch's defense will not be forgotten.
Dionys Haka.
How was the hunt?
May your days be
Oh, this will
long,
keep us supplied
and
for
your
quite a while.
hardships few.
And preparing for it will keep me busy. Thank you for your help.
Remember the lessons of
When we were first encountering the Flutterers, they showed few signs of mutation. As the corruption got progressively worse, the moths and other species began to show these signs of contamination. It's progressed to the point where they damaged nearly everything they come into contact with. They are amplifying the damage being done by the crystal shards scattered by the crash. We have no choice but to begin culling their population.
safe journey.
Or I guess we are going to kill the butterflies now.
Good fortune.
Were you successful in taming knowledge of the Zater?
Good health.
Well done. Let me see what I can glean from the glyph.
Remember the lessons of the past.
These pictographs tell a story. This figure at the beginning looks like one of the creatures we encountered at Azure Watch. No, this can't be. It says this creature willingly became a servant of the Legion. He transforms into a satyr and receives the Legion's blessing. We must defeat these satyr. We will not suffer the Legion's presence in these lands.
Arcanon Poros.
Now that we have made our presence known to the satyr, we must send a message. We will not tolerate the burning Legion's hounds in these lands. Too long have the Draenei fled in the wake of the Legion and its minions. Wherever they have found us, they have shown no mercy. We must not permit the satyr to exploit the Exodar's crash and use the corrupted crystals as weapons. Go north, find their leader, destroy him, and recover the corrupted crystals he's been gathering.
Favor the road traveled by few. Blessings upon you.
Did the device work? Have you marked the Murlocs?
Safe
Well
journey.
done. I was worried it might malfunction, but it seems everything went according to plan. Excellent.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
Bloodmyst. Hang on. Let's turn to the other one first.
Favor the road
Actually, no. Let's
traveled
turn
by
this one first.
few.
Bloodmyst Isle was forever changed by our arrival. The Exodar's crash scattered debris all over the island. I think it's beginning to have an adverse effect on the wildlife. Don't quote me, but I think the giant mutated beasts that used to be rabbits might be a bad sign. Before I can be certain of my conclusion, I'll need to take a closer look. The crystals seem to be affected by the trees are the fastest, so it might be the treants who would be most likely to show symptoms. If you can bring me samples of bark, I can begin my in-depth
Safe
studies.
journey.
Yeah, about that.
Dionysaka.
Did you turn up any trace of Galen? Yes.
Be kind to those less
So
fortunate.
he's... I guess I knew on some level, but it's just wouldn't stop myself believing it. It's not the news I was hoping for, but you have my thanks for finding him.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Incredible. Did you find any survivors? I'll be honest, nobody else was willing to take on this mission. You are a brave warrior.
Be well.
No one else was willing to brave the spider nest. Wonder why. Actually, I do too, Lord Hermot. Draenei and Dwarf for some reason.
Open
for
your
me.
heart to the light. Dionys,
The light shine upon you. What is it you have there?
be kind to those less
Interesting.
fortunate.
Yes, I should make out what the original author wrote. I should have everything in for the process. Just take a moment. Give me a moment.
May your days be long, and your hardships few.
Let's see. In the process of translating this, I've learned more about the drunken exploits of a certain Andrew Clementine than the journal's author. But no matter. Mr. Clementine's contribution notwithstanding, this seems to be the journal of a man named Noika. The entries towards the end describe a brutal battle. Here, take a look at this passage.
Arcanon Poros. Be well.
Let's see. The enemy is nearly upon us. We've gathered up all the survivors and retreated to the temple to the east. I love the name Lifestone. It's the last ground we truly hold on the island, and there is a sense among the survivors we will make our last stand here. I have taken care to bury my last few possessions on the grounds of the temple, with the hope that someone will find them and know what happened here.
Dionys Haka.
Okay, so there's that. Slow down. Life is to be savored. Look, I like the Pandarans, but come on, guys.
Arcanon Poros.
So we turned in.
Remain
we're just gonna turn that in
vigilant.
super quick. So we got the first sample. The crystal shard will give our researchers a baseline to compare against samples from other parts of the island, since it comes from one of Bloodmyst's less corrupted regions. I won't send it off till we have a full set, but this is a great start. If you're willing, I'm going to send you out on even more quests that I probably should have sent you on earlier, but quest design was something they had never heard of at this point in time. Ooh, we just got flying. We are now 20. This is about to get a lot less interesting because we're still in Bloodmyst, but whatever. As we've gotten ourselves established at Bloodwatch, I'm sending out survey teams to create more reliable maps of the islands. In most cases, they returned unharmed with the data we needed, but the team I sent to the ruins hasn't reported back. I worry about what might happen to them, but I cannot spare the men to send another mission. Find them, lend them any assistance
faith.
they require. So now we go all over the place. Again. So it's kind of doing the flower thing, but like, it's so backtracky in the way it's designed. Like I said, Bloodmyst just kind of sucks. But hang on, so we just got 3 talent points. Yes, we dinged 3 times from all those turn-ins. So, let's talk out our talent options. So, I've been thinking about this one. I think I might get rid of that, because I don't actually need it. So let's pull out of that. We are going to get Hup. So Hup, I've already talked about it, but we're going to get improved Hup, too. Reduce the cooldown of Heroic Leap by 15 seconds. Already good, so that's going to bring it down to a 30-second cooldown. And it also now increases your movement speed by 70%. So Hup now becomes a sprint, too. So that's awesome. I'm also going to take Pain and Gain. Whenever I take any damage, I also heal for 2% of my max health. Can only occur once every 10 seconds. Once again, this is one of those filler, not filler's the wrong word, buffer things. So it won't save my life, but over time, this is a decent amount of health that I will effectively not have taken damage of. So we're going to go and grab that. Over here on the right, we have our first branching options. So we need 4 talents total to go further down on the right. Oh, WoW is so good about talent design. So we can take damage from our bleeds, have a chance to give us rage. Now that's useless to us right now, but if we continue going down the bleed path, it'll be useful. Huthor actually mentioned this earlier. If we go all the way down to Rend, Thunderclap suddenly becomes a lot more useful, because Rend, well, it's a bleed, so that's cool, and we gain rage from bleeding, and there's all sorts of talents around here that make bleeds better. Thunderclap, if you have Rend, is an AoE bleed. At that point, you use Thunderclap instead of Rend. So if we go bleed spec, that's really useful. There's a lot of that kind of, synergy going on in these talents. Anyways, we can also go down over on the right side. Execute no longer has a cute cooldown, and if your foe survives, 10% of the rage spent is refunded. That has kind of a weird effect on your execute, but it's also very, very useful for going down the right tree, and we definitely want to go down the right tree, so we're going to go ahead and grab that. Our other option is, of course, this. You notice it's a square, so that means it's an ability. Die by the Sword. It's a 2-minute cooldown, so it's effectively once per major encounter. Increase your parry chance by 100%, and reduce all damage you take by 30%. A straight-up live cooldown. Also, we get our first PvP talent, which I'm going to pick randomly because it doesn't matter. Now, I will show off Chromie Time in a bit. I was kind of deliberately not showing off Chromie Time yet, for reasons that are basically related to this run. But if you were leveling an alt legit, or even a main, I would honestly recommend starting with Chromie Time. I think I could show it off right now. So I'm Alliance, so I can just go over to Stormwind. Come on, there we go. There's Chromie Time. So, real quick test. Show me on the map right now, where's Chromie Time? Hi, Evo. Exactly. This actually wasn't true when Chromie Time very first came out. But this is my point. I'm not even in that zone. I'm not even there, and I could see that. That's good. And if you mouse over it, it says that's the Time Walking campaign. So that's where it is. It's in Stormwind, and if you're on the Horde, it is in Orgrimmar. I'm not actually sure if I can see it in Orgrimmar. Yeah, I can't see it in Orgrimmar because I'm not Horde. But trust me, it's the same level of obvious visibility. Also, and I actually already showed this off on camera, but to reiterate briefly, if you go to any of the boards that are like, hey, here's some stuff you can do, one of them will almost always be go talk to Chromie and start a campaign. So a lot of these little quality of life features, like Chromie Time being usable for brand new players, and it being visible in there, and the quest board indicating towards it, this has been added in bit by bit, piecemeal, over the last couple of years. I don't know when exactly all of this came a thing. That's just the state of things now. So, generally speaking, I highly recommend beelining for Stormwind or Orgrimmar, grabbing Chromie Time, and picking the expansion of your choosing, and then using that going forwards. So we're technically going to be a little over-leveled, but that is, again, for the purposes of this run, acceptable. It's just something we're going to live with because it kind of is weird now. But like I said, it's going to be fine later. Oh, also, you may or may not have noticed, our mount speed is now fully, mount speed. We are now capable of moving at full speed on the ground, so that's cool. Now let's go kill some Blood Elves. Die, Blood Elves! Yeah, you want to level in Pandaria? Done. Pandaria is a great pick for a first expansion, by the way. So let me explain my personal recommendations for where to start in this game. I actually have 4. I keep talking up 3, but it's actually 4. So, it depends on you. How committed you are to trying the game, how committed you are to actually going through it and playing it properly. If you, before you even walk into WoW, you're committed to just experiencing the whole game, just go ahead and Chromie Time all the way back to BC. That's the Burning Crusade. It'll be like the Invasion from the Dark Portal or something like that. And just do things in order, right? BC, Wrath, Kata, Pandaria, Warlords, Legion, maybe skip BFA and Shadowlands, and then go to Dragonflight and War Within. Just boom, 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 right? If you are not committed, well, there's a gradient of how not committed you are, right? So let's say you're mostly committed. You are someone who is very likely to go ahead and keep going through the game. Go ahead and start at Cataclysm. Cataclysm was kind of a soft/hard reboot of the game in multiple ways. And so it's a good spot where a lot of the game had been a little bit more geared towards modern game design. Quests were better, sharing were better, a lot of the dungeon design started getting really good, a lot of the boss design started getting really good. And generally things were moving forward in terms of game design. So I guess I have 5 recommendations. Sorry, let me keep going. If, however, you aren't sure, like, if you're reasonably sure that you're actually going to play WoW. So, like, we've started completely sure, start in BC. A little bit sure, reasonably sure, start in Kata. Not sure at all, start in Pandaria. Now, I know that sounds weird because you're effectively starting in mid-arc. But starting in the middle of Pandaria is a great way to see, do I like this game? Is this the game for me? And Pandaria is probably quintessential WoW in several ways. Now, it's also kind of starting with some of the good stuff, to be perfectly frank. Pandaria was a very, very good expansion. However, it is nevertheless a great spot to see, is this the kind of game I want to be playing long term? Okay? Now, hang on. What if you're a little bit committed, but you don't really want to do any of the old stuff? Good news. There's an option for that. Start in Dragonflight. The game will actually push you towards Dragonflight whether you want to or not. In fact, you may or may not notice, I have an MSQ quest right there. It's called The Dragon Isles Await. Spoilers, it's to go to Dragonflight. So the game will absolutely push you towards Dragonflight, whether you want to go or not. Hang on. One last recommendation, because I forgot about this. If you want to experience the older MMO and less of the game, that's what Classic's for. Now, Classic comes in several flavors. There's True Classic, which is vanilla. They actually just did a reset on that. So you can just go and you can experience vanilla, and you can experience the old MMO with some modern quality of life features and some modern netcode and blah, blah, blah. So that's for that. If you want to experience Classic with a bunch of twists, that's what Season of Discovery is for. Seasons of Discovery adds new abilities, new mechanics, new raids, and it's also actually has new lore, believe it or not. So there's all kinds of interesting new stuff in Seasons of Discovery. And if you want to experience the most modern Classic, pick whatever Classic happens to be rotating through right now. That would be, at the moment, Pandaria. Or actually, I think Kata, but it's about to be Pandaria. So you can go do Pandaria Classic. So, listen, Evo. When you fire up Battle.net, I'll actually pull up my own Battle.net thing right now. Give me 1 second. So I'm looking at the Battle.net client. Okay, now I have it all set up for myself, but let's say you don't. Let's say you just have WoW there. Well, if you click... So the way mine looks is game version and account, and then World of Warcraft, my account, and then a really big blue button that says play. Okay, it's down in the lower left. So if I click the World of Warcraft, that pulps out a thing. It says where the PTRs are, then it says Live Classic, and then it says Live. So if I click the Classic thing, what it actually does is it will then switch you over to the Classic client. It's a completely separate install because it is a completely separate game. Now, this varies. I have no idea why. I've proven this with myself and my sister. But once you install the Classic client, either in the client or once you're in the game, you'll have the option to start in Classic, Hardcore, or Season of Discovery. All three of those are inside the Classic client. That's it. Now, Quintonberry, you said you're a grinder. Honestly, that might sound like Classic is kind of your bag. You know, it's a much more take it at your pace and slowly push your way through hunting. And, well, I mean, like, the kind of content you're watching me do right now, to be quite honest with you. You know, just kind of slow-moding yourself through quests and pushing your way through reps, and you get the general idea. If you like the kind of game where if you accidentally pull 2 mobs, that's an event, that's Classic is probably for you. Oh yeah, by the way, all of this is on just the WoW sub. You get all of this regardless. So you notice how I just pulled 4 things? I couldn't do this on Classic BC. Not unless I really know what I was doing or had a friend. I do happen to have a friend here, but still, this could have actually killed us. It didn't, because we're not on Classic. What else do I need here? Ah, Shadow Stalkers. Oh yeah, I suppose I should talk about some quest design. So, let's talk about one of the other reasons why more modern quest design is what I would consider to be better when it comes to WoW. So let's say a quest wants me to kill 5 mobs in an area, okay? Cool. So the way that old quests were started, I think this is Wrath, BC, and Vanilla all did this, is they didn't know how to make a quest where you would have to kill a category of enemies. So instead, they would list a very specific grouping of enemies. You'll notice this very quest involves killing 1 Hellcaller, 5 Shadowstalkers, and then looting 5 crystals. Now, the significance there is that means that more than those enemies spawn here, including enemies that I either don't need or don't give any quest credit whatsoever, like the Tricksters. Don't need them. They're just here for fluff. The relevance of this is this leads to the cherry-picking problem, which I've already talked about, but also means that you can go through an entire zone and just not get progress for a quest until you've killed X amount of creatures because there's other stuff getting in the way of your actual quest progress. Now, how much of a problem this is depends on the individual quest. There are individual quests in Vanilla, Wrath, BC, and I guess that's it, which, how do I say this as nice as I can? Suck. Because it's very, very possible to need like 5 of a specific type of mob, and there's only maybe 3 of those mobs that spawn total. And then you consider the cherry-picking problem. In Kata, they introduced the ability to have quest requirements be groupings. So in other words, in Kata, we could have a quest that says, go kill 10 satyrs. Any satyrs. So it doesn't matter which specific satyrs you're killing, as long as you're still killing satyrs. Sense make? So I'd imagine I tend to prefer that approach. I can't tell if you're making fun of me or not, Quintonberry, but I hope it's at least a little bit helpful. Okay, we're done with the satyrs. Let's go get some bark. This is one of the reasons, yeah, try to remember to hear from now. Don't worry, I won't forget any of this crap. I have been a gateway drug to WoW for many people for many years. For people I know in person, for family members, for coworkers. Yeah, nobody does Warlords, which is a damn shame. Warlords actually has some pretty good and solid story and content, but it does have a bit of a bias against it. Water. Here he goes in. Ah, that's the stuff. I actually had to ask a friend of mine to go to their garrison. We were doing one of the secret quests in the anniversary, which involved going to Warlords, so quickest way to get there was through the garrison. And so I was like, I need to go to the garrison. And they immediately flipped out like, no! No, anything but going to the garrison, please! No! And I'm like, I'm so sorry. Please don't tear my head off now, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I asked you to go to the garrison. Please don't kill me. Garrisons have a bit of a bad rap. I will defend garrisons, but I will also bash the hell out of them when we get there. Because that's the truth of it, isn't it? They're actually really good when they're really good, and really bad when they're not. Garrisons also, by and large, killed a lot of the social aspect of WoW for a while there. Like, you go to Valdrakken during Dragonflight, there are hundreds of people just roaming around, chatting, interacting, looking at each other's transmog. It's not technically social interaction, but it's like one step removed from social interaction, you know what I mean? There's something that changes the environment to literally see dozens, if not hundreds of other players, all right next to you, right? That's also true with Dornogal right now. If I go to Dornogal, I will see a lot of players. Or if I go to Dalaran, because everyone still uses Dalaran as a hub. If you go to your garrison, you see nobody. Actually, yeah, Huthor. Like, I know I speak about how, yep, WoW is more of a game, more of a co-op game and less of an MMO game nowadays. But we still need that social aspect, right? Like, that's still kind of an important part of the equation. Can you experience dungeons that require a group? Yes. So just like in FF14, you're going to be doing dungeons with a group. There are tools and mechanisms to make that happen. They're called this button right here. So, like, for example, let's say, oh, wow. Okay. So, okay, so I've actually already given this negative, but I can now show off why it's a negative. Let me kill these 2 treants, and then I'll kind of... Oh, 3 treants. 4 treants! Ah, ah, ah. Hang on, I said 4 treants! Ah, ah, ah. There we go. Had to get the voice just right. Yeah, no, Huther is right. If you're walking down the street and there's nobody there, that's a horror film, you know? I am a negative. Ah, ah, ah. Up to 4 of these stupid things. God, this drop rate. Hashtag BC quests. Oh, whatever. So, if I go to queue for a dungeon right now, what I get are Dragonflight dungeons, because technically that's where I'm at timeline-wise. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. At the moment, I am actually in Dragonflight in terms of how the game considers me. If I go to group for a random, I can do time walking, that's agnostic, or Dragonflight, and that's it. You're probably thinking, but I'm level 20 and I'm doing BC quests. But the game considers me in Dragonflight. This is the negative I already gave, and stand by firmly. This game needs the FF14 being able to do older content quest syncing, or not quest syncing, sorry, dungeon syncing thing. But yeah, Rax already gets it. So when I go time walking, which I will do pretty much right after this, I'm almost done with this zone. When I go time walking into BC, I'll be considered to be in BC, and all of a sudden, this will be a list of BC dungeons, and this will be a random BC dungeon thing. Sense make? No, it doesn't make sense. It's a dumb system. The problem is, the way the game is structured is you're always in a particular, let's call it phase, okay? So when you make a brand new character, you're automatically in Dragonflight, pretty much by default. And you're in Dragonflight until you get to War Within. Now, hang on. I get why they do that. I do. It's because Dragonflight is intended to be an onboarding for new players. It's for people who have just started the game for the first time in 2024, right? But it's really awkward and weird for people who, like Rax, like me, want to experience the older content. I have to go talk to an NPC and shuffle my phase into a specific, different timeline in order to then be able to have normal access to that stuff. So you may or may not have noticed that we did all the raids as level 80 death machines. We'll actually be doing all the dungeons, at least within reason, as close to synced for that level as we can. Because we can. We can't do that for the raids. We at least can do that with dungeons.
May the light embrace you.
Were you able to get the samples I need?
Favor the road,
There's more than enough here for my research. Thank you, Dawnforge. If you find any other evidence that crystals are corrupting the native creatures, please let me know right away.
Seek the path of the light.
It is unfortunate, and it needs an overhaul. So it is... I don't think it's a design flaw. I think... Yes, I could. If I wanted to go back as a level 80, I could just crush everything. Nothing is preventing me from doing content at higher level. Nothing. So, I don't think it's a design flaw. I think, believe it or not, I think it's a bit of spaghetti code. WoW tends to not have a lot of spaghetti code because every single expansion they have been overhauling under the hood. And they have spent entire expansions dedicated towards tech debt. But this is still a game that came out in 2004. So there is still a lot of under the hood there every now and again. And there are still some problems now and again, like we saw with the chess event yesterday. So, yeah, no, there are... I think that the main reason that we have this weird, wonky way of accessing old content is because that's the way that they got it working. It is my hope that someday they will have the current system just selectable. So let me explain what I want to see. I want to see, I go to the dungeon finder, and I pick up specific dungeons. And you notice this actually is already done. This is already categorized, right? So there's Dragonflight dungeons. It's a whole category I can open and expand and close. What I want is to see all the expansions on that list. I want to be able to say, I feel like doing this particular Wrath dungeon right now, or this particular Pandaria dungeon, or whatever. And as long as I'm of the level to do that, and given the level squish that's pretty low, it's right there. That would be the ideal for me, being able to just have that list here. Because, remember, the tech for scaling you to the dungeon already exists. If I go do Chromie time right now, I am the level of that dungeon. You'll notice even the range on these quests, these dungeons right here, 10 to 70. The scaling tech already exists. The hard part has been solved. What they need to do is figure out some way to allow us to then queue for those dungeons, regardless of being in Chromie time. If they added this, depending on how they implement it, first of all, it would get rid of a negative that I'm giving. But second of all, it might add a positive, depending on how they do the interface for it. Ideally, I would also like the random to be there, too. So, for example, I could just do a random Dragonflight dungeon right now. But you'll notice it's already listed that way. Random dungeon, Dragonflight. So I would love to be able to do random dungeon, BC. Random dungeon, Wrath. Random dungeon, Battle for Azeroth, right? That's the ideal. That's what I want. That is what is not true right now. And if you're paying attention, yeah, this is pretty much what FF14 already does. And yeah, I agree with Huthor. Right now, doing Chromie time involves going to town and saying, hey, Chromie, put me in the time. It should be an interface thing. It should be something where I pop a button and say, oh yeah, I want to be in Wrath. Bzz, whoosh, and then you're in Wrath.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Have you moved against the Satyr leader, as I asked?
Remain vigilant.
Without their leader, and with the recovery of the corrupted crystals underway, we can safely keep the Satyr in check. Light knows how many more of these wretched creatures are out there. Harbinger Mikolas and I are grateful for the help you've provided in dealing with the Satyr before they could become a larger threat. Your work stands as a reminder that vigilance is the key to victory against the Legion and its minions.
Do not lose faith.
Let's see. Epic quest. God, I don't know. I've done everything in this game. One time, here, I'll give you a dumb story. Really quick. I'll give you the truncated version. One time, I was a Horde player in Ironforge, getting an achievement. And then because of how this worked, I had 2 players follow me all the way across Dune Marog and into Loch Madon before I was finally able to get all the way up here. And on the verge of death, my PvP flag finally fell. So they didn't kill me. I was really low on health, too.
May the light embrace
In time, we'll have to devise a plan for returning the species to the native state. But for now, periodic culling is the best we can hope for. Thank you for your help.
May your days be long, and your hardships few.
I need to sell again soon. I need to get bigger bags. Good Lord. The good news is I've got some money. The bad news is I don't have enough money.
You like?
Good news is I also have a vendor on my back.
Good fortune. Good health.
You have returned, and in one piece. I have some good news. We have received no information about possible locations of more survivors. A new crash site has been discovered. When I am done attending those matters, I will call for you.
Blessings upon your family.
I have solved... Our agents situated behind Sunhawk Lies have reported that Sunhawk soldiers are parsing an unusual document. Unfortunately, we've been unsuccessful in acquiring a copy of the document for ourselves. I need you to go into the field and recover it. I am certain if you apply enough pressure, a Sunhawk agent will turn over the information we seek. I leave the use of force to your discretion.
Do not lose faith. Dionys Aka.
Okay, so I believe now is a good time to do... Yeah, we're going to do northeast now. Yep, okay, cool. Alright, oh yeah, WoW has such great writing in its quests. Dialogue and tone are definitely things WoW is going to get positives for. I hope you guys don't mind my accents I affect. I do it partially by request, but also just because I find it fun. Each race, and in some cases each character, has their own tone, their dialect. Like the FF9 thing, right, with how they talk. Trolls talk differently from Draenei, talk differently from elves, right? And I try to convey a little bit of that in my dialogue. Even Tauren talk differently, and of course, Pandorans have a more smooth method of dialogue, which usually involves speaking longer and slower sentences to help to emphasize the more casual way of life the typical Pandaran tends to convey. Stuff like that, right? And humans sound boring, because they're humans. Anyways, hang on. So I just saw a bunch of questions while I was reading all that. Hang on, let me scroll up here. I agree with Huthor. I think the reason that they don't have this system that I want is because they don't want to overload new players. But I also flatly agree that content should be there. If you want to guide a new player to new content, that's fine. But yeah, if you're picking up a 20-year-old game with 20 years of content, an absolutely gargantuan quantity of content, surely every player to some extent or another is going to be like, I wonder what that was like. Even if they end up not liking it and leaving it, they at least can do that, right? You don't have to do BC dungeons or BC quests. It should be a more feasible option for people to pick up IMO. So Lord Helmet says, how feasible would it be to do a companion system? So that's already in the game. I can show this off really briefly. Check this out. We're just going to do this right now. Oh, I'm not party lead. Can I get party lead real quick, please? Yeah. Several human groups sound differently from each other, too. Okay, so I'm literally just going to show this off super quick, okay? Boom. So everyone's going to pick their roles. We've got 3 DPS. Group is not viable. We've got... Oh, we're 4... There's 4 people in the party? There are. Okay. I'm totally a tank. Wink, wink. Whoops, wrong button. There we go. Hey! So obviously it's an insta-queue. Of course it is. Because we're not queuing for anything. We're just going in. Oh, I didn't see Mr. Red join. Mr. Red, you ruined us! You ruined us! So, we're in. I've already talked this up, but this is so good. So here we are. Now give it a second. It needs to look at us, see what our group composition is, and be like, hang on. This is a Dragonflight dungeon, by the way, which I'm in at level 20. So there's them, as they slowly load in. Looks like we're waiting on whoever that is. I think it's Spartan? We'll just wait very patiently here for Spartan to get here. Okay, normally it doesn't take this long. I have no idea what's going on here. There we go. Okay, so that was weird. Alright, so we get in here. Notice that the NPC is our healer.
Heal the sickness here.
First thing the NPC see is, here, let's everyone get your buffs on. And of course, if the NPC has a buff, like our druid, they actually give us their buffs, which in this case is int and wild paw. They also say, check your adventure guide if you need more information about what we'll find here. Now, I'm the tank. Now, I am a terrible tank, and I lack the ability to tank, but I'm still going to show this off. Shut up. We don't care about the story yet. So, here we go. Let's do this. Oh, God, he's killing me. Notice the healer is healing me, though. I also... oh, that's the problem. Okay, I understand. What classes are they? So that's a mage. That's a mage. And that's a shaman. Do me a favor. I think that's Mr. Red. After this poll right here... Oh, my God. So the problem right now is I'm actually tank spec because I queued as tank spec. Now that's correct. I should be forced into tank spec for queuing as tank. But I don't have a tank spec. So anyways, Mr. Red, do me a favor. Switch to healer just really quick. Just switch to resto. You can do it. There we go. Now what? So there's our healer over there, right? So yes. Swap around, healer leaves, and now we have a new DPS who just joined. That's that hot swap. God, I love this system so much. I really do. So there we go. Now we have a new group set up. Now, there is one minor flaw of the system. Maybe. Hang on, let's find out if this flaw even exists or not. Oh, that's wild. So we now have no healer? No, we do have a healer. No, yeah, because I took Mr. Red's spot. Now, Mr. Red, do me a favor, switch to DPS. Last little test thing here. You notice this is our tank. This is our NPC tank. Yes, Adams Yuda. So what's it going to do for our bot? It brings the healer. Wait, what? No, it does... What? Oh my God. I've never seen this. we now have a 6-man party. I've never messed with this before. Yeah, let's go see how it works. Let's go do another pull. You see this big button at the bottom? This is called Dungeon Assistance. So the way Dungeon Assistance works, I actually have tested that extensively.
Protect Melidrusa! She must continue her work.
Yeah, let's kill the audio. We don't want any of the lore. We're not here for lore yet. They're all fighting. Oh my god, that's so cool! Oh, that's so cool! Okay. We broke the party limit. That's wild. Okay, I don't think that's a bug. I think that's the system accommodating us. Metzen shows up. All right, so wow, okay. It's actually super cool. So let me talk about this button. So if you have Dungeon Assistance off, they follow you. Now, there's a little bit of wonkiness in who they follow exactly. I've never been able to figure out exactly who they choose to follow, but in general, they tend to follow whoever's furthest behind. So, for example, random example, if Evo's fallen behind me in PAX, all of the AI is backed by her, and I'm up here dying. Totally making up the situation. Never happened before. But if you click on the tank, and it's specifically the tank, will lead onwards. And the tank knows where to go in a dungeon. So the tank will go forward. Now, the rest of the AI is still with you like the others, but the tank will actually be pushing forward. In other words, the tank knows where to go for players who don't know where to go. It is there so new players can learn where to go. Forgive me for gushing. Yeah, the AI is actually worth a damn, too. Unlike Trusts and Squadrons. I don't want to say they're perfect, but they're good. Yeah, did you notice? Did you notice that the tank pulled the trash back smartly? This is such a good system. Forgive me for turbo gushing. Look, she's doing it again. She's doing it again. She's pulling the mobs back because she knows there's a ranged mob there and she wants to pull them back. That's so good. It's just, I love it. I love the system and I hope they do more with it. No, absolutely. I really hope they backport this. This is going to sound funny. It's actually easier to backport this in WoW than it was for FF14. So, yeah, no, they have been working on this AI tech actually since Pandaria. Some of you probably don't even remember that. But all the way back in Pandaria, they started experimenting with this tech during the legendary cloak chains. There were a couple of individual quest chains in the legendary chain where you just suddenly got AI players. And they were weirdly smart. Do you remember that? For those of you who've done those chains? I did, obviously, because I had all 4 cloaks because I was crazy. And every expansion, they've been doing another little bit of thing to try and develop that tech further and further and further. Yeah, here, I'll go ahead, yeah, let's do it in Mega Pull. Let's do the Mega Pull. Let's see how they adjust, because they will. Let's go ahead and interrupt that. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Immediate focus on whatever they don't have aggro on. You see that? The tank actually broke off from what they were doing just to pull stuff off of us. Here, let me pull another one. Watch this. Instantly. Do you see the shield? That was the tank flinging a ranged attack at the mob to pull it to them. Just like a tank should. Yeah. No, they can actually handle wall-to-wall. This AI is crazy good. Let's be very clear about this. It's not what I'd call perfect, but it's really, really good. And they have had years to develop this. But hang on. I was in the middle of saying something to Lord Harriman. In FF14, the trusts are kind of manually crafted. They kind of follow you, but like for the trash and the boss fights, they're scripted, right? Boss does this attack. Oh, okay. Move here, move here, move here. Because every boss fight is kind of static in FF14. And so the AIs in FF14 know where to stand, even if they were blind, right? Like they know exactly where they can see. Yeah, you can see the pattern. You can see the scripting and how it works in trusts in FF14. You don't need that in WoW because we have this crazy good AI in WoW. Why is that relevant? In FF14, they had to manually script every single NPC's interaction for every single boss encounter per dungeon. That's why it took them so long and why they did a slow rollout of this. In WoW, all they have to do is come up with the route. Once the route is there, they know where to go, and the AI deals with the rest. So it'll be easier to backport this if they choose to do so. Blizzard, backport this crap. Oh yeah, by the way, did you notice? Even though the tank is leading, they will wait for you. They'll go a little bit past you, and they will wait for you. Oh, okay, sorry, I just wanted to show this off briefly. I'm going to go and leave. I just really, really wanted to gush about that briefly because it was people were bringing it up. Whoa, hello. Kind of, Master Man? Like, again, the AI in this is kind of crazy. I'm not even smart enough to properly explain it. When we show off expeditions later, you'll start to see just how silly good the AI they've developed over the years is in this game. Because holy crap. Oh yeah, by the way, there is a form of that for raids. It's not fully fleshed out or rolled out yet. But it means the possibility of follower raids is on the table. Please do this, Blizzard! Please allow me to experience Black Temple at level. Please allow me to queue for Icecrown Citadel or Blackrock Foundry. There are great raids in this game that people functionally can't enjoy. Oh, that'd be so good. Okay. Sorry. And yeah, no, for those of you who don't know, in WoW, raids are almost always MSQ. If you don't know what MSQ means, main story. Raids are almost always main plot stuff, right? So, please allow players to experience your goddamn story. It's good. You wonder why I bash WoW so much when it comes to its storytelling. Imagine trying to experience the story of BC right now without a guide and without me telling you what to do, when, and how. Even if you did Classic, that's a whole thing, right? Well, that's a good question, Dakota. I have no idea how to answer that, though. Especially since we haven't actually started a dungeon yet, so I haven't even really started reviewing dungeons. So we'll come back to that. Talents. Because we leveled in the middle of that. Yeah, Cho'Gall is in Highmaul, for God's sakes. Or everything to do with the Eye, which is immediately relevant for the events of Black Temple, which is immediately relevant for the events of Sunwell. All three of those raids are part of the same story. Talents. So, remember last time we got our Execute talent. So now we can go further down. We can get Sudden Death or Fervor of Battle. So, Sudden Death. All of our attacks have a proc chance to make our next Execute free and usable regardless of health. So in other words, every now and again, you get the ability to just get a free Execute. That's really good, because Execute is a type of ability, in addition to literally being called Execute right there. I think FF14 has these as well. Executes you can only use when the enemy is low on health, and they do way more damage than anything else, right? They're also usually expensive or have a cooldown. So being able to get a random Execute in the middle of a fight, very useful, especially on bigger bosses, like with more health. The other thing we can get is Fervor of Battle. So in other words, if our Cleave or our Whirlwind, that's our two AoEs, hit 2 or more targets, our Slam... wait. That feels weirdly worded. Anyways, our Slam turns into an AoE. In other words, our single target ability suddenly becomes an AoE ability. That also leads to further AoE abilities down here. I'm going to take Sudden Death, though, because that is an extremely good ability to just periodically get a free Execute. See you around, Uthor. Grasses and shrubs cover a natural bulge in the earth. A few minutes spent digging reveals an old box. Oh, cool. What's in the box? A new bag. Holy crap. Life is good. Unfortunately, all the cartographers are dead. The bodies of the Draenei Survey team are scattered all over the ground, pierced by Naga weaponry. The area is littered with the remains of their supplies and their survey equipment, but the data crystal is nowhere to be seen. It's too late to assist the cartographers in completing the mission, but it appears they've collected the data that the Harbinger Mikolas was expecting. The crystal storing their survey information was not among the ransacked pack, so it must be in the hands of the Naga. Well, let's go kill some Naga now. Now. So I actually have that turned off, Magister, which is why you're not seeing that. But I can kind of show off the bags this way. So there's my current bags right now. I like to play this off. Oh yeah, by the way, drops are random, because of course they are. Weed poop. Go back to merge bags here real quick. There we go. I think I find dungeons enjoyable because they're the culmination of most of the rest of what the game is. So the trash is harder than your normal overworld trash, so you're trying more, which means you get to experience more of your kit and more of your class design. There's more dynamic between the party members, healers, tanks, and DPS, and how those play and how those differentiate from each other. It's worth noting, I enjoy all three roles, so no matter what I'm doing, I'm having fun on that front. Obviously, there is a tremendous amount of story in dungeons. That's over there on its side, but I'm just mentioning it for the sake of completion. And almost all of the dungeons, especially the good dungeons in this game, are kind of a build-up to... It's like build-up, conclusion, build-up, conclusion, build-up, conclusion. And the overwhelming majority of those conclusion points are bosses. They also have encounters, this is more in later stuff, but they also have encounters that are not combat-y, because they started getting clever with dungeon design. I'll show more of those off as we get there. The bosses, of course, are all about mechanics. You know, they do this, or this, or this, or this. We haven't seen a lot of that because we're in BC. But again, the further into the game we get, the more complex and the more nuanced and the more detail and the more amazing stuff they can do with regards to some of the boss designs. And bosses, in my personal opinion, are some of the meat content of WoW. Hey, there it is. I love the boss fights of this game, unabashedly. And I really, really enjoy some of the cool, interesting, fun stuff. I just mentioned one of my favorite fights. It's some random-ass fight in Cataclysm. It's not even an important fight. But it's an undead who, in the middle of the fight, he's like, ah, ha, 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 I'm going to move all your health down to 1 health. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm going to heal you back up to half. So functionally, it's a 50% unavoidable, but it also means you have to adjust around that and be prepared for that when it comes. Your healer has to be on the ball, your tank has to be ready with his cooldowns, and your DPS has to be ready with their own self-heals. Yeah, exactly. The guy in Shadowfang Keep. I can't remember his name, but that's the guy. I love that stuff. I eat that up. And that's, I think, the majority of it. There's some cool terrain design in dungeons, but like it's not like in a Mega Man game or something like that. You usually only see that in much later dungeons. Now, Dakota says bosses shouldn't last more than 5 minutes. Good news. This is WoW. Most WoW bosses, so FF14 bosses last much longer than WoW bosses. That's not a complaint. It's a completely different philosophy of boss design. I was actually showing this off relatively recently during the Dawn Trail thing. The overwhelming majority of FF14 fights have what is effectively an initial phase where the boss is just, here's the tutorial. Whoops, we don't need to kill these yet. Here's the tutorial, right? Here's what my mechanics are. And then, 2 minutes into the fight actually starts, right? Exactly. That's when they start combining mechanics. That's when they start seeing how well you've been paying attention, etc. In WoW, they come out of the gate swinging, for lack of a better way to do it. And most WoW fights are over by the 2-minute mark. And that's not even counting the fact that we're kind of overpowered. Even if you're doing hard stuff, like mythic stuff, most mythic bosses don't last more than 5 minutes. There's a reason why most enrage timers are 5 minutes. What? I passed something? Oh, I did pass. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted here. I'll use a specific... Brutalis, I think, had, I want to say, an 8-minute hard enrage timer. And he was considered unusual for that. Does it actually say here? Nope, it doesn't. Someone look it up. What was Brutalis's hard enrage? Because it was relatively short. Or, excuse me, long. It was relatively long. Are you mad? Look around you, mortal. Do you not see that you stand upon the sundered earth? Leave this place, lest you suffer as me and my people have. Why do you suffer? Are you blind as well as insane? I'm a ghost! A cruel reminder of a civilization that has long since ceased to exist, anchored to a land I failed to protect. 6 minutes, there you go. Yeah, Brutalis was a 6-minute hard enrage. Fun fact, it was also really hard to do that damage in 6 minutes. Long ago, 10,000 years past, I was flesh and bone, just like you. I was prince of this land, a dragon rider, blessed by Yazara of the Dream. I'm sorry, what's a Yazara? Have you not heard of Yazara? Guardian of nature, aspect of the dream. She is the matron of all green dragons. It was Yazara herself that gifted my kingdom with her brood. We stood shoulder to shoulder with noble creatures, and they allowed us to ride them into battle against our enemies. All was well for many centuries. Till Deathwing's brood. Yazara's benevolence raised the ire of Deathwing, patron of the Black Dragonflight. They attacked us in our sleep. Many died on the initial surge, but the Greens rose to protect us. The bones are all that remains of the once great dragons. None were spared. I was the last to die. As I felt my spirit leaving my mortal shell, I swore a blood oath. A pact was made between the land and I, my blood for this world. I became the sole keeper of the history of my people, and I cannot rest until I am secure in the knowledge that the story of the Dragon Riders of Loretheron, is not lost in the passages of time. Not long ago, the once tranquil Alkin of this region appeared on the shores of this island. One by one, they would come to steal the bones of the fallen dragons. I do not know what would cause these creatures such distress or why they would want the bones of the deceased, but the spirits of the brood have grown restless due to this sacrilege. To the west, across the Crimson Reach, you will find the Rage Feather Ridge. Venture into the encampments. Recover the pilfered dragon bones. There we go. I was in the middle of saying something. Brutalis. So Brutalis, his gimmick was the fact that he had a 6-minute hard enrage. It was crazy. People were actually bonkered by the nature of that, and yeah, it was a thing. He was a guild breaker for several guilds for a very long time. It's okay, he wasn't nearly as bad as Mauru, who some people still to this day consider the hardest boss at launch in the entire game. We'll show him off later. No, it's fine. It's a valid question, Dakota. It's a good thing to be thinking about. Hey, it's the captain that the Admiral warned me about. Have you heard the Blood Curse, Landlubber? Of course you haven't. The Blood Curse is what sank all these ships. The despoiled, desecrated part of the water here is known as the Blood Cursed Reef. Part of the world you never want to visit. I've been here myself for 20 years. Scurvy me foot. I died on the wild shores as food for the dragons, but that's story for another time. Right now we have to help those poor souls trapped in the reef. They say when the world was sundered, the land cried the loudest. It was here that thousands of night elves faded into oblivion, and in their place rose the terrible creatures of hate, the Naga. Obedient to their twisted queen Ashara, they would destroy all who would dare pass through their sea. It would remain this way for thousands of years until now. The first order of business is to remove the Naga from the reef. Sorry. Been playing. I should probably also mention, to go back to the fight duration thing, some of you remember as I was discussing raid fights for vanilla and BC raids that we've already showcased, one of the things I would bring up periodically is this is an endurance fight, and if you screw up you lose time, and losing time is difficult because mana conservation was a huge issue back in the day. Now, weirdly enough, this leans naturally into one of the reasons why WoW fights tended to be so short. It's because most healers could only keep their mana up for minutes, like about 5 minutes on average. After about 5 minutes, you just start to go If you don't know what you're doing, you could go much quicker than that, and if you did know what you're doing, you could maybe stretch that out a couple minutes more. Maybe. There's a reason why downranking was so popular back in the day for healers specifically, especially priests. Sorry, I should explain what that means. So nowadays, let's pretend just for a moment that I'm a mage, and I have Frostbolt. Nowadays, I have the Frostbolt spell, and similar to other games like Diablo 3, it does damage based on a big, complex formula that's under the hood that we can see the dynamic tooltap displaying. It's exactly what it is to us right now, given our current gear and talents. However, Back in the day, it didn't do any of that. It was FF14 style. Frostbolt 1 did this much damage. Frostbolt 2 did this much damage. Frostbolt 3 did this much damage and had a slow effect. Frostbolt 4 did this much damage and had a longer slow effect. You get it? So for healers, lower level heals were cheaper. They would heal for less, but they were much cheaper and quicker to cast in user cases. So they would actually faster heals and less mana cost. Now they weren't as good of a heals, but a good healer would very carefully use their lower ranked heals in order to kind of gap fill, right? And be more mana efficient. You didn't bring out the really big heals unless you needed them. This is also why, if you've been paying attention, I pointed out the 4 classifications of bosses that hit really, really hard. Because the healers needed to know that, to know how much they're going to bring up the really big heals if they need to. Like Malchezaar is a good example. I mentioned him. Malchezaar hits like a goddamn truck, right? So you need to be using real heals on him because you can't use your efficient heals on him. He just hits too hard. But by contrast, something like, say, the Big Bad Wolf, not nearly as much of an issue. Go ahead and be efficient about that. Good start, but there's much more to be done. On the ledge of the reef, deeper than when you found the Nagi, you'll find the hopeless ones, blood-cursed voyagers, ghosts of those taken by the blood-cursed. It's regrettable what I ask of you now, but they must be destroyed and their cursed shells brought back to me. Their souls must be put to rest. Return to me when you have done what I asked, and I shall give you one final task. Also, you notice he gives us underwater breathing for 20 minutes. He also makes us move faster underwater. The beginnings of good quest design. And yeah, exactly, Rex. Oh, that was my spine. And yeah, Ross commented earlier, it feels like we're already going faster than FF14. First of all, yes. But second of all, I cannot tell you how relieved I am to hear you say that, because my biggest worry yesterday and today is how slow I've been going. I don't even have flying yet. Trust me, this is the slowest content we will experience this entire run. The moment we leave these 4 zones, this is all going to speed up drastically. I'm not in a hurry, per se. I just don't like having dead air time. The good news is we've had lots to talk about, lots to chat, while I've been roaming around doing a lot of these random quests. No, yeah, this is slow. These 4 dungeons, these 4 zones are not good. I'm currently level 21. Honestly, a little higher than I wanted to be, but fixing that would be a thing, so I'm not going to bother with that right now. So I should talk about something. So Huthor mentioned this briefly earlier. This deserves to be mentioned. The experience curve for just going out and doing quests is kind of weird. So let me show you something right now. If I zoom out to the world map and I mouse over this zone, you'll notice it's 1 through 30. That's the nature of how this scaling works, right? What that means is I get a ton of experience until 30, and then almost immediately outlevel the zone, and these quests very quickly go from being yellow to gray. Gray quests give you effectively no experience. It's like a percent of the experience you would have gotten. That's what leveling is like if you don't use Chromie time. You have to keep in mind the range of the zone. Like over here, Ashenvale is 7 through 30, Desolus is 10 through 30, Faralos is 15 through 30. If I go over here to Outland, you'll notice that that's 10 through 30, that's 10 through 30, that's 25 through 30. If I go up to, say, Northrend, we start to see more 30s. There's anything that isn't 30. Sure, we'll go to Legion. So if we go to Legion right now, if I just decided to start Legion, it's 10 to 45. And that's kind of your range. And so that's the same thing will apply there up to 45. And then over here, we've got the BFA stuff that's up to 60. Dragon Isles is up to 70. And of course, the final stuff is up to 80. Pretty much, Blade Cheval. It is overall a good thing, but it does mean if you want to actually go experience the content with any level of being at the right level, you want to use Chromie time. So why is 30 such a common cap? So some time ago, they did a level squish. Now, I'm very in favor of this level squish, to be clear. But the problem was the level squish was from levels 1 to 100, down to more like 1 to 50. Excuse me, 110, I think it actually was. I'm probably wrong about my specific numbers. Please forgive me that. Come on, stop being weird. But the level squish meant that an inordinate quantity of content was suddenly level 1 to 30. And so 30 kind of became a default. This is when you're ready to go see modern stuff. In this case, modern being Legion and onwards. 120, thank you. Do not mourn their demise, Dawnforge. You have done the hopeless ones a great service, but there's one final task. Destroy the leader of the Blood-Cursed. To the south, ding. To the south, you'll find a Blood-Cursed Isle. Atop the island, you'll find a shrine, dedicated to the beloved queen of the Naga, Ashara. Destroy the statue, burn it in effigy. This will draw the ire of Atoth, the Blood-Cursed leader. Slay Atoth, and return to me. Okay, I can do it. I still have the water buff, which is good. Oh my god, this is the underwater form of this mount. Boom, 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 boom. 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 Oh, sorry. So why is this all bloody? So actually, it's because of the magical radiation from the crystals that are left from the devastation of the Exodar. So let's see, talents. So I think I've already talked about all the talents I currently have. I think I'm gonna avoid bleed spec just to be different. So let's instead grab increased movement speed by 5% and just lock that in. Pretty much, Trihexia. This is not safe water to breathe, and it's very to be in, and it was not water I would recommend drinking. In fact, it's a bit of a plot point. The major story around here is dealing with the fact that we have damaged this place so much that it's kind of going to hell. Let's kill a couple of Nog on our way up here. And then let's ignore the rest, because I can do this now. Whoop! I've been thinking about how to review the classes of WoW for quite a bit. In FF14 it was easy. I just review each class during each expansion, and that's it. So 1 to 50, 50 to 60, 60 to 70, 70 to 80, 80 to 90, 90 to 100. Easy stuff, right? WoW doesn't have that kind of distinction. Not really. Instead, there's while you're leveling, and then there's when you have access to hero talents, and that's kind of it. But I spent some time poring over the talent trees, and I realized there actually is a bit of a barrier distinction. If you're paying attention, you've already seen it. It's those set points right there. You notice we cannot go further down the tree, not until we're at a certain level, which I believe is 23 or something like that. Yeah, exactly, the 3 tiers. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull a similar trick and review each tier per spec. And then use that as our set point for covering how a class feels early on, how a class feels when you've started getting some meat out of bones, how a class feels when you've got access to most of its kit, and then finally, thank you for this low fall, how a class feels when you have your hero talents, which is the brand new stuff. That's the stuff in War Within. This is, I'm a little off course here. I'm a little off course. Oh god, oh god. Yeah, I definitely want the Fathom Dweller for this. Let's get over here. There we go. I do like the fact... What I'm curious about is what they're going to do in Midnight. So let me explain progression in this game a little bit. So every time you level up to 1 to 10, you gain a new ability. Every single level. From 10 onwards, you get a talent point every single level. A class talent point, a spec talent point, a class talent point, a spec talent point. You just kind of go back and forth. Until you hit 70. Once you've hit 70, you have all the talent points you'll have. Now that's important for build purposes because, and I agree with this, you don't want a player to just have every talent in the tree, right? Builds are still a very fundamental aspect of how the game is structured. So, what do you do after 70? So they introduced the concept of hero talents. I can't even show you these right now. But they introduced the concept of hero talents, and that's a whole other thing, and it's all mutators, right? It's all just fundamentally changing how your class plays depending on what your spec is. Cool, but now what? What are they going to do after midnight? You did it! Hundreds of souls are grateful for all you've done. Allow me to make an offering. And he gives us a shield, which is actually better than our existing shield, so we'll go ahead and swap those. There we go. Okay, so now we want to go get some dragon bones back. Yeah, they could expand the hero tree. They could add another alternate progression system. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they have in mind. I would bet money they have something in mind, but what they want to do, and they've actually said this many times, is they never want to do borrowed power again. And that's the right call, because borrowed power was always a terrible idea. Now, hang on. I was going to talk about borrowed power. I can't talk. But Primarch asked about PvP talents. So there's PvP talents. They're for PvP. They do PvP stuff. Cool. Okay, so then there's something called War Mode. War Mode is exactly what it sounds like. So what you do is, this is actually a great feature, legitimately. War Mode puts you into open PvP mode. In other words, world PvP. If you're roaming around and some person from the other side sees you, they can try to kill you and you can try to kill them. No, Primarch. None of that acts unless you are PvP flagged. So yeah, world PvP is a toggle, which is already awesome. And when you're in world PvP, you gain increased experience. And of course, while the toggle is in, you gain the PvP talents. PvP talents also come into effect when you're in a dungeon, a battleground, or a arena, or stuff like that. So when you're engaging in PvP is when the PvP talents exist. Make sense? It's all very opt-in. I should also mention that, and this is something that's kind of lesser known, but it's still relevant, PvP is very, very off in its own corner. So, obviously, abilities work a little bit differently. The amount of damage you do to a player is different than the amount of damage you do to a monster. Furthermore, certain types of things function differently. The biggest and most obvious example is crowd control. If I CC a mob, I will CC him for, let's say, 8 seconds. But if I CC a player, I'll CC them for 2 seconds. And if I try to CC them a second time, they're immune because they're still recovering from being CC'd. Make sense? There's a few other individual abilities that are distinct between PvP and PvE, and that's a good thing. For many, many, many years, many MMOs, including this one, suffered from the plague that is both specs having to be balanced alongside each other. And so for years upon years, PvP players would get worse because of PvE changes, and PvE players would get worse because of PvP changes. Nobody was happy with that. And all of that sucked. So it is good that they finally pulled the Band-Aid off. I've been calling for that for years, and separated the two completely. So in terms of PvP, we've got battlegrounds, we've got epic battlegrounds, we've got arenas, there's brawls, which we don't even have access to yet. There's Korak's Revenge, which I should have access to. I'm level 20. There's rated stuff, which is exactly what it sounds like, and then there's pre-mades, which is exactly what it sounds like. There's honor level, there's honor, that affects your PvP rewards. You get it. Agreed. Cross-pollination is a good thing. As it should be. Although, in the interest of total honesty, I should probably mention that I'm pretty sure FF14 took that from WoW, because WoW took that from Guild Wars 1. Almost copy-paste. Nevertheless, War Mode is its own thing if you feel like it, and PvP talents do substantially change how you can play your class in PvP. As talents should. That's the whole point of talents, after all. So what was I going to talk about? Who did City of Heroes take it from? I'm not sure if Guild Wars took it from City of Heroes or vice versa. War Mode was implemented in BFA. So it's actually been a minute. And they were really pushing War Mode. Like, get mode, do War Mode. Do your War Mode. Okay, why is nobody doing War Mode? Oh, God. One of my favorite jokes. Are you sure, Rex? Because I thought Endwalker came out after BFA. I'm pretty sure. I can double check that out. Let's hit Google. Let's see here. So Endwalker was 2021. Okay. And then Battle for Azeroth was 2018. That's actually closer than I thought. Sorry, to be clear, I'm specifically referring to the thing they did at Endwalker where they made PvP in FF14 good by completely segregating it and giving them completely different abilities and setups and everything. Which, by the way, big thumbs up. Anyways. Restoring the Dragon... The Dragon Wars have all long since passed. All that remains are bones and agitated remains of the brood. A ritual. The Owlkin had survived in harmony with the land for thousands of years. Such a thing is an aberration. Such a pity. The whelps that you see on the island are the agitated spirits of the green dragonflight. Like me, they are bound to this land, unable to ascend to their final resting place in the dream. Recovering the bones of the fallen has settled them somewhat, but you must take further action. Destroy their ethereal manifestations. I cannot leave this place until it's done. They must be released. Ah, gotcha, Pillars of Snow. Well, in that case, that's actually different. My bad. So, I didn't even know that. And I've been doing PvP for years in FF14. And not paying any attention to it, so I guess that's my fault. So in that case, it sounds like FF14 took it from Guild Wars. Just like WoW took it from Guild Wars. Or City of Heroes, however the chain works out there. Because I'm not sure when City of Heroes actually did that. Hell, even Guild Wars didn't have that at launch. Guild Wars added that with factions. I like the new look of Execute. Guild Wars and Lotro are both really weird MMOs that you've probably never heard of unless you've heard of me talk about them. The reason I bring that up is because both of them are kind of the progenitors of most modern MMO design. See around at Kenix Cal. Most concepts that you see in modern MMOs came from one of those two MMOs. For example, Transmog. The very idea of having a cosmetic layer that had nothing to do with your actual gear was invented in Lotro. The concept of dividing quests into primary quests, and then secondary quests, and then tasks, that was also Lotro. Well, Guild Wars 1 was rough. It actually still is rough. One of the biggest problems Guild Wars 1 has is, if you know what you're doing, it's a fun, amazing, engaging ROM. If you don't know what you're doing, it's, I don't want to say impenetrable, but, you know, leaning that way. Like, if you don't know what you're doing in Guild Wars 1, yeah, it's a wall. That's actually a great way to put that. It's a freaking wall of, what am I doing?
Many farewells.
As reprehensible as your task was, it had to be done. Now you must look into the face of evil. Many of the Black Dragonflight were slain during the attack. One of them, a lieutenant of Deathwing himself, still haunts this place. If you look to the heavens, you can see his spectral countenance in the skies. Actually, I haven't seen him lately, so I don't know what's up with that. His hatred is so great he remains even in death. Take the bones you gathered from me earlier to the top of the mountain on this island and place them on the ever-burning pyre. This should signal to Razormark to descend, and when he does, slay his undead form. So, I wouldn't call Guild Wars 1 a slaw. I would call it a wall. And I mean that. Guild Wars 1's level cap is 20. You will hit that very quickly. Guild Wars 1's gear also caps out so early that by the time you hit the first capital city, you'll have access to the best gear in the game. So your overall power progression stops pretty much the moment you hit the equivalent of Stormwind, right? That's Guild Wars 1. You're probably thinking, how the hell do you deal with things as they get harder and harder? Well, that's all about the builds. There's actually several concurrent systems, but the builds is the big one. How you set up your build and how you set up your heroes and your henchmen, that determines your actual output. That requires experimentation and or skill and experience with the game. Exactly, Frax. So, you don't really run, like I said, you don't run into a slog, you run into a wall. If you keep at it, Guild Wars 1 has a lot of good going for it, but man, it is not new player friendly. Well, I don't see anyone coming down. Which is actually weird. Oh, there he is. Is Guild Wars 1 solo friendly? Pax and I duoed all of Guild Wars 1, except for some of the hard mode raids. Make of that what you will. Kid search. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're not there yet, Pillars of Snow, but that is a good question. It's, if you have a walkthrough or someone to tell you what to do, you can solo the whole game. For example, even though it's the second to last expansion, you should start a character in Nightfall, because you gain access to a mechanic you wouldn't otherwise get early on. Stuff like that, right? Think of it like FF11 in several ways. You're gonna want a walkthrough, but if you do, it'll guide you through smoothly. I know what you're thinking. Is there a walkthrough? Not that I know of. The wiki's pretty decent, though. How long has it been? 1,000 years? 10,000, maybe? You've done me in the memory of my people a great service. Please accept this item of power as a token of appreciation from Loredumping in honor of your deeds. You're welcome. Now, a really quick thing. I've actually already commented on this, but you may or may not have noticed in my chat log, it just said, Robe of the Dragon Slayer, Vest of the Dragon Slayer, Breastplate of the Dragon Slayer, and Chainmail of the Dragon Slayer have all been added to my appearance collection. The important part is that I only got one item from that quest, which is the one I'm wearing right now, the breastplate. This is a feature they added, I want to say in Pandaria? Might have been in Warlords. I don't remember when they added this. It was one of the quality of life patches. If you complete a quest, all possible rewards from it are instantly unlocked for your Transmog. And remember, Transmog is just an unlock. It's just there. And it's for your entire account. So those 4 items I just now have forever. That might have been added in this expansion. Again, I'm not sure. It's honestly hard for me to keep track of when they've added what with regards to updating the Transmog system. But regardless, that is an awesome system. Yeah, no kidding, Ross. Alright, so let's do some turn-ins. Then we'll go ahead and do the rest of the MSQ. Almost in time for lunch. I figured this would take us about a session. And then after the lunch break, we'll do Eversong. No, all pieces that exist that quest gives, regardless of whether you get them, could have gotten them, or anything. Does that make sense, Lord Aramont? You notice I only saw one option, but under the hood, 4 options existed. So I got the appearances of all 4.
Warm wishes to you. Remember the lessons of the past.
I hope this wasn't a too strenuous of a task. Once again, you have proven yourself a competent and considerate Draenei. I offer my gratitude and a bit of monetary compensation.
Be kind to those less.
And notice there again, I just got 3 transmogs from that quest. So there's another example of that. It's even an upgrade, I'll take that. Hello, Zakaizmai. Nope, I'm wrong, Zakaizmal. My bad. I can't pronounce anything. I have no brain. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, no kidding, Ross. Holy crap.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Were you able to find out what was keeping the survey team from returning? Yeah, they're all dead.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
They were good men, Dawnfort, and they knew their mission would be dangerous. I'm grateful for your help in locating the team and recovering the crystal. We lost too many good men already, and our mission's only just begun.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Now that we have a baseline crystal, we're going to need samples from more dangerous areas of the island to complete the set. The next sample must come from the crystals controlled by the Blood Elves. I have heard the reports they alter and harvest crystals for use in some magical apparatus. See if you can find one that has not yet been incorporated into their devices and mine a sample from it.
Remain vigilant.
Alright, so let's talk about talent tiering briefly. So, as you can see, we need to put 2 more talents over here into the right tree in order to progress downwards. But weirdly enough, hello Zar, at the moment I don't really want any of these other talents. So this is when I start to think about long-term stuff. In other words, what do I want that'll be useful later, and what trees do I want access to? Because there's probably going to be a talent that's at least useful for me eventually, even if it's not something I want right this second. So, oh, hang on. We're in combat. The only time we can't do anything with talents. Now let's fix that. There we go. So, we could go down the AoE tree, we could go down the bleed tree, or we could go down the center tree. Now, I kind of want to go down the center tree. So I think we're going to take a die by the sword, and that'll give us access to increasing our healing and our first choice talent. So let's go ahead and just grab die by the sword. We now have an additional live cooldown. I'm going to pull this over here where I put all my live cooldowns. I have a bit of standardization in how I do my bars across like all MMOs. Because I'm weird and boring like that. Let's go ahead and mine this sucker here. Should be it at the moment. I admit it's not completely standardized. What 2 is, for example, varies based on my role. 2 is usually either dot, heavy hitter, or dot, heavy spender, excuse me, or traversal, movement. So like blink, I'll put on 2, or slam, I'll put on 2, or immolate, I'll put on 2. And I know that sounds weird, and it's because I am very weird. I apologize. Please don't kill me.
Good fortune, good health.
Back so soon. Did you find the missive?
Remain vigilant.
This is in Salacian. Fortunately, I know just the person who can translate it.
May your days
Our
be
chief
long.
interrogator is fluent in Thalassian. Take the document to her, see what it has to say.
Dionys Aka.
Okay, what do you got?
Chronakai Christor.
I'm a bit busy here. This better be important.
Favor the road traveled by few.
If what this document says in true, the Blood Elves have opened a portal to Outland. It would certainly explain their seemingly endless numbers.
Do not lose
I need you to deliver the translated documents to Velen personally. I will do that later.
Be well.
Because that involves going to the Exodar, and that's going to suck. So that can wait for right now.
Chronakai Christor.
This shard is much different from the initial. You see how it pulsates? And that's worrisome. I'll make a note in my report of the alterations the Blood Elves have made to the crystal. Thank you again for your help.
Do not lose faith.
There's one sample remaining before I can send the set of crystals to the Exodar. The final sample must come from the Satyrs. I'm not certain what to expect from this sample, but I'm sure there'll be some signs of corruption. Now,
Blessings upon your
let's talk about quest design. I've already kind of bashed this zone for its terrible quest design, but have you noticed how this guy gives a quest to go to each of the major quest circles? There's one to the south, that was mostly mobs. There's one to the west, that's all the Blood Elves, the Sun Fury. There's one to the east, which is the dragon stuff, and then there's one to the northwest, which is the satyrs. And then we have one final zone where we'll be dealing with the boss of the zone. Each of these has their own quests that go through them, but those quests don't flow naturally. Like either vanilla quests or later Cataclysm quests would. So instead, there's a lot of backtracking, because you go back and forth through the same areas over and freaking over again. So that sucks. Jump that down here. And we'll drop this down. So far, not a great zone. Not gonna lie. Not super impressed. I always expected Bloodmyst to be one of the worst zones, but here we are. I wonder what the actual worst zone will be. Other than Kurthia. Obviously, that's going to win that. Go ahead and grab some food while I'm here. And get that on my hotkeys. I mean, Vanilla Silithus I don't think will actually score as badly. But the reason why is because there's just nothing there. Oh yeah, someone asked if I'm covering PvP stuff. Sorry. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to have to check what we covered as PvP in STO and Tor and FF14. And then do equivalent checkings in this game. Because obviously we're not really covering PvP. But we might check, like, you know, Battlegrounds or the fact that it has other modes. Whatever. We'll do equivalencies. I'll admit, it's something I haven't really been thinking about all that much because it's just kind of over there in the corner. And we're not doing any real PvP because, of course, we aren't. Cooking. So, cooking is weirdly one of the most worthwhile crafting things in this game because you get buff foods and really good buff foods from cooking. It's also one of the easier to raise because you'd get the items to cook with just by doing quests, right?
Arcanon Poros.
That being said, I don't really recommend crafting at all in this game. We'll talk about that more in length at some point, but crafting, it's over there. It's over there in the corner, and I honestly recommend you don't engage with the system at all. Not unless you really are invested in it. Or you're trying to make tons and tons of gold. Gathering is different. So I'll talk about that. Let me read this quest really quick.
Remember the lessons of the past.
All right, that rounds out the set. All that remains is to box them and send them to the Exodar. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure the research is valuable, but we're faced with a number of other more pressing problems. Oh, you're welcome, Nicholas. Okay, so now let's go deal with the frickin' Blood Elves. By which I mean the Sun Fury. Quick aside, I kind of wish they did more of a better job to explain that these are not the player Blood Elves. That these are the Sun Fury Blood Elves. But of course they didn't, and so for several years, idiots constantly thought that the Blood Elves were super mwahaha evil. Which makes sense. Of course they're mwahaha evil. They're with the Horde. Anyways. So, I keep talking about crafting, but what I should probably mention is that gathering is a bit differently. Do you know how Pax and I craft in this game? What we do is we have gathering, and then we sell our gathering mats on the auction house. That's it. That's what we do. There's really no good reason to really engage with crafting as in making stuff, unless you either want something specific, or again, you're trying to make tons and tons of gold. Because let me tell you right now, if you ever want to make tons and tons of gold in this game, get into crafting. The auction house is practically its own game. You know what I mean? Having said that, they keep changing their minds on what crafting is, and that makes sense because crafting, well, if I could be really honest about this, and I think every MMO suffers this to some extent or another, crafting is kind of artifact design at this point. It's there because it was there back in the day. You know, the original MMOs had crafting because that was how you got gear. And that was kind of it. Like, that was your primary vehicle of getting certain types of abilities, items, and... no, I don't even know what that is. And all kinds of other stuff. So I was just asked to join in an escort quest, so I'm going to go ahead and leave party really quick to make sure I don't interfere with that. So how valuable which crafting is, it depends on the specific expansion, and in some cases, the specific patch. In some cases, it even depends on the specific season. So, like, right now, as of this exact moment in time, several of, like, the make gear craftings, like blacksmithing and tailoring and stuff, can actually make pretty decent gear at competitive levels. Cool. But that's not always been true, right? So it kind of is, it's over there. And I really, really, really wish they would sit down and really think about what they actually want crafting to be philosophically, right? Conceptually, what they want crafting to be. And then just frickin' stick to it. You know what I mean? And yes, it was, Talia. The FF14 1.0's crafting is the worst crafting I've ever seen in my life, which makes sense because it's the worst game I've ever played in my life. Now, in my opinion, they should probably pick a lane. They should probably say crafting is no really commensurate to doing raids and dungeons. In other words, max end gear. Or it's purely cosmetic, and that's how you get titles, transmogs, mounts, special effects, stuff like that, right? And it is my opinion that they should pick a lane and stick with it. Now, which is better? That's the kind of thing that should be debated. That's the kind of thing you want to bring to the table and have talented and intelligent individuals sit down and really debate and hammer out. My opinion. Anyways, I have actually chewed on this thought a while because, like I said, this applies to most MMOs. Let me use a specific example. Guild Wars 2 has picked the cosmetic lane for that. There's actually a crap ton of crafting in Guild Wars 2, but the overwhelming majority of it doesn't matter because remember, gear is weird in Guild Wars 2. And I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, so all I'm going to say is gear is weird, and crafting is just one of dozens of sources of gears in Guild Wars 2. It's not even a primary source, it's just another way to get gear. There's no making best-in-slot stuff with crafting, unless you're going for legendaries, or purples, I think is the other thing. I forget what they're called. Those are all crafted. And you're probably thinking, oh, so you get the best gear. No, legendaries are cosmetic. Guild Wars 2 has picked the cosmetic lane, by and large. So the overwhelming majority of the reason to really dig into crafting in Guild Wars 2 is if you want cosmetics. And trust me, those legendaries, those are chonkers. Whatever you think of, like getting a relic weapon in FF14 or getting a legendary weapon in WoW, you have no idea. Because Guild Wars 2 legendaries, each individual one, is a months-long journey. Unless you know life, in which case it might only be weeks. They are chonkers, but that's what they did. That's the route they chose, and that's the lane they picked, and it does work for them. Anyways. Now, see, I agree with you, Blade Taval. And I do think that one of the biggest problems with making crafting gear, gameplay gear, best in slot stuff, is exactly what you said. Because all of a sudden, Jesus Christ, Primarch, how much does he play that game? Because as you say, anything that's crafted is put into the hands of the players. And the richest players are always going to dominate your in-game markets unless your devs actually grow some goddamn balls and actually do some policing of their own internal markets, which no dev of any MMO has ever done. So, moving on. He has multiple legendaries. Oh my god. There's lines of thought here. Like, for example, it doesn't have to be necessarily crafting a whole new weapon. For example, maybe you just put all this time and effort in crafting an object, and this object raises the item level of your existing weapon by 5, right? So you still have your existing weapon, but now it's better. That's the kind of thing you could do, right? I don't know. Like I said, I've put a lot of thought into this over the years, and I have just sort of walked away from crafting in every MMO, because it really is kind of vestigial at this point. Anyway, speech off. Sorry for the derailment. Moving on.
Good fortune. Good health.
Perhaps you could be the one to deliver the people to a new age of prosperity and peace.
Remember
nope.
the lessons of the past.
Only the most battle-hardened, noble, and fearless will submit to Lagoso's mission. The Exarch will not order any agent of the Hand to take on the task of destroying the Vector Coil and dispatching Saronis. He refuses to send Ranai to their death, which is what this mission is. It is suicide. My job is to soften up the Sunhawk defenses. You are to slay Sunhawks near the coil and keep the path clear for our champion, whoever that may be.
Remain vigilant. Favor the road.
Most of the creatures touched by the crystal's energies have been corrupted in the same way. Strange marks on their flesh, increased aggression, small crystals in their bodies. However, foul water spirits north of here appear turned entirely into crystal. I've never seen anything react to the crystals this way before. When we explored the foul pool, they were particularly dangerous. We must rid ourselves of them before they can exploit them as a source of energy.
Do not lose faith. Remember.
We don't dare abandon our post, or roam too far from Vindicator's Rest. The mutated creatures closest to Coil have been changed profoundly by the energy leaking from the crystals. The mutated Tanglers appear to have gained a certain degree of sentience. They've learned to create, set, and conceal vicious traps that can ensnare even the most careful of warrior. We'll never be able to move against the Sunhawks if we're constantly forced to look underfoot. Attack the problem at its source.
Good health, long life. The Naru have not forgotten us.
I was hoping the Bloodwatch would send reinforcements. Oh my goodness.
Be well.
During our mission to reconnoiter the Sunhawks and their portal, I managed to sustain a serious wound. Scout L'Oreal has managed to staunch the bleeding as she's trying to figure out a way to evacuate me to Bloodwatch. The problem is we've had to abandon our position here to guarantee safe return. As soon as we leave this consecrated ground, we'll be set upon by Ravagers. If you can clear some of the enraged Ravagers, it might allow us to make the trip more safely.
Remain vigilant.
Isam sent my squad out on a reconnaissance mission to search for the Sun Gate a few days ago. Needless to say, we found it. Whatever those fool elves are transporting to the portal is causing void energy to be released, and the area is teeming with void critters. We must destroy them before they have a chance to destroy the void anomalies. You'll find the source of the creatures southwest of here.
Do not lose faith.
Hang on. There's one last quest.
The Naru have not forgotten us. Safe
We're
journey.
actually going to save that one because that's the end of the story. We probably shouldn't even see that quest right now. Thanks, WoW. Why does it say there's a journal? I thought I did that already. We're going to see what's going on with this really quick. So what's the best crafting system I've seen in a game, period? Ooh, oh. Hang on, I'm going to decline really quick. Just give me a sec, Mr. Red. I'm seeing something because something's weird about my map. My first thought is Factorio. I know that doesn't really qualify as a crafting system in the strictest sense of the word, but it is still probably my immediate and knee-jerk answer to that question. Factorio is crazy. How much you can build and how much you need to put thought into what you're building. And while it rewards efficiency, it actually doesn't mandate it. And that's kind of an important distinction. I've actually thought before that if Factorio mandated the kind of efficiency that a lot of us like to do in it, it would be a much worse game for it. I did this quest. Apparently not. Yeah, whatever. Ooh, okay. Hello. Sure thing, Primarch. WoW is 20 years old, yeah. 2004. But that feels like that's cheating. So best overall crafting. Yeah, no, that would absolutely have killed me, Lord Harima, right there. Even with Mr. Red helping me, we probably would have died. Product quality system? God, I need to try that new expansion at some point. With that infinite time I have. Oh, I get you. Okay. Oh yeah, one other thing that sucks about this zone. One flight path, and it's just in the town. That's it. I know you could say it's not that big of a zone, but you could see... Remember, we're not even supposed to have a mount at this point, so think about how sloggy this zone is.
The Legion's end draws near.
Sauron was my master, my teacher, my mentor. I took his place after the Triumvirate only recently, after we'd given up searching for him.
Good health, long
This
life.
will be brought to justice. I will have you be the one to find him and bring him to the Triumvirate. Scour the island for this killer. Use this flare gun. When the trackers see the flare, they'll come and assist in the capture. Return to me after he is captured.
Be kind to those.
So now I'm going to try to get into Mr. Red's group, which is this one. Oop. Request group. Ignore this. There's a cutscene happening. Ignore it. Ignore it. It's not real. It's not there. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. When did I start playing WoW? 2003. End of 2003 sometime. I'm not actually sure of the month. I'm not sure of the specifics there. I could probably, if I really sat down and reverse engineered it, I could probably figure out exactly when I started playing WoW. But it was a while ago. Whoa, who did it? You're dead. You're dead. You dismounted me. You're dead. You're dead in the face. You're dead in the face. Okay, cool. What's the one type, Bladeville, if you don't mind sharing? Yeah. Old man. There's the big crystal bottle. That's the vector coil. That's what a lot of this zone's story revolves around. Hi, Mattis. What's up? Alright, so he's captured. Whoop, hello. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier, while we're just randomly roaming around killing people, if you really want to flex, show off your feats of strength. So, let's see. I've got a legendary campaign, Shiny Pet Charmer, earned 500 Shiny Pet Charms before they were replaced, earned more than 9,000 achievement points, that's whatever. Outgrow the use of Weathered Crests during War Within Season 1. Breaker of the Black Harvest, which gives me the Black Harvest and the Green Flames for my Warlocks. The Grand Black War Mammoth, the Ashes of Alar, the Death Charger's Reigns, the Reigns of the Ravenlord, Invincible's Reigns, Firehorse Reigns. I have the Winter Spring Frost Saber. I have the Horseman's Reigns, the Swift White Hawkstrider. I have the Red Karaji Crystal. One of those dropped yesterday. I have the Epic Brewfest Mount, and of course I have the Amani Bear. Down here, I have the Warglaives of Azeroth for my Demon Hunter, which is kind of an interesting one because it effectively means get the Warglaives twice, which I've done. There's Valinir, there's the Fangs of the Father. I have Head of the Curve for Archimond back in Warlords. I also have, you know, the Time is a Flat Circle. I have Dragon Wrath, I have Shadowmourne, I have Thoradol, I have the Warglaives, I have Sulfuros, and I have Thunder Fury. I don't have anything in PvP. I have gained Exalted with the Scryers and the Eldor on one character. I have all of this crap. I'm not going to this is just a whole bunch of crap. Like, do the event stuff as time moves on. That's kind of all this is. Including Flirt with Disaster. Prior to the 2004 holiday refresh, you got completely smashed, put on your best perfume, threw a handful of rose petals on Sraz, and then kissed him. You always regretted it. Wow. I have Veteran of the Shifting Sands. I'm actually proud of that one. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Let's see, anything actually good ones? Defeat the max level version of Ragnaros during the 10th anniversary. Yep, got that. Win a battle in Taran Mill during the 10th anniversary. Got that. Where's all the enemies? Jeez Louise. There's some, like, do launch event stuffs. There's another launch event. There's another launch event. And, of course, I have all of this crap, of course. Most of this is just unrelated stuff, like buy Diablo 3, buy StarCraft 2. You know, that's all that is. Buy Hearthstone. Yeah, Veteran of the Shifting Sands was do the opening of the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj event, which is a whole thing. Yeah, the moment achievements were added, which I feel like was in Wrath, you would get all achievements that you would have gotten prior to Wrath, or prior to the achievement system existing. Well, they just need to know what flags to look for, really. And that's easier to do than you'd think. After all, if you think about it, WoW always tracked whether or not you do a quest, for example, because they need to show that you don't get the quest show up again, right? Like, if you do a quest and the game isn't tracking that you've done the quest, then the quest will just be there after you've turned it in, because you haven't done it. So that's been in since vanilla. Interesting, Blades of All. That does sound kind of cool. And one thing I wish FF14 would do is bring back crafting dungeons. Which isn't quite what you're describing, but sounds like it could lean into it very neatly. Alright, hang on. Everyone, get to the forge. We need to make such and such. One person's out gathering stuff for the forge. The other person is actually sitting on it, building stuff as quickly as they can. Alright. Blades of All, your job is to watch the heat. Mr. Red, your job is to watch the impurities. I'm out gathering stuff. Stuff like that. I'm telling you, you want to make crafting good. Make some content for it. In the game I'm playing right now, there's only really been content for crafters like twice. Legion was one of the big ones. This really is just the area. I think we're cherry picking a bit too much here. Why do people still do crafting again? Good question. Those of you in chat, why do you do crafting? No judgment. I'm just honestly curious. As I've already said, I quit crafting. I can even tell you exactly when. I quit crafting in BFA. The idea of building actually appeals to me a great deal. But that's what builder games are for, right? You know, I love Factorio. I love Satisfactory. I love... I can't think of the name of the game. Stardew Valley. I love being able to play the Obsidian game. I can't think of the name. Grounded, right? I love builder games. But crafting isn't building. Crafting is gathering some mats and then staring at a crafting window. Unless you're playing FF14, in which case it's set up your macro and then let it run. What I'm trying to say is I kind of wish they would lean into it either more or, conversely, less. One of the two. Oh yeah, Subnautica. There's another one. Don't mind me. Here we go. You stop porn. God, you frickin' Sun Fury are so stupid. I mean, I know you are. You're following Kael'thas, so you are idiots. But they're actively channeling a portal which is causing void energy to bleed out into the nearby area, which is killing them. And they're like, okay, maintain the portal at all costs. Sir, we're getting killed by our own things. Just keep the portal up. Keep the portal up. Ooh, these are starting to have some health. A short summary of Medivh's arc. Okay. The previous Guardian of Tirisfal selected a human male to have a child with so that she could then entrust her power to that child. The child was Medivh. Medivh had that power dumped into him when he was a child, and it was designed to erupt when he hit puberty. However, once he hit puberty, it was too much power, and there was a demon, there was a thing inside him that had fell energy, which caused him to go completely mad, kill his father, and go into a coma for some time. When he woke up, he was never the same again, because he had a horrible, horrible soul sitting inside of him. He eventually opened up a portal between Azeroth and Draenor, which caused the demonic horde to invade. Upon doing so, one of the things that the heroes of Warcraft 1 did, this is actually a mission in Warcraft 1, is they went and they killed him. Now, death is not what you'd call permanent in this setting, but it's actually pretty hard to undo. Yeah, Aegwin, I'm trying... I was asked to give a summary, Primarch, not a full detail. Come on, work with me here. And now I've lost my train of thought. So, death is hard to undo unless you know what you're doing. Aegwin spent a considerable amount of time undoing Medivh's death, especially in part because of the fact that she felt guilty, because she's pretty much directly why he died. She resurrected him, and he decided to use his new life to try and do everything he could to help combat the efforts of the Burning Legion. So, the first thing he did was he sought out individuals he felt would be sufficiently intelligent and long-term thinkers to give his warning about the events of what was to come. That was the beginning of Warcraft 3, when he warned Thrall and Miss Proudmoore of what was to come, right? Now, I'm going to stop there, because that's functionally the end of his arc, and I think that's as much as I can summarize it. Like, there's a lot of detail I'm skimming over there. For example, Khadgar was his personal student. Khadgar earned that post by impressing him, which was rare. Medivh also... He wasn't what I would call evil, but again, he was kind of warped and twisted because he had Sargeras' soul inside of him. Well, a piece of Sargeras' soul. And that's exactly as terrifying as that sounds. So, Medivh's soul... I don't remember where it went. Souls can be fractured. Yup. It's okay, the writers do too, Dakota. Yeah, souls can be fractured. It is not a thing you want to do, in general. Sargeras can manage it because he's functionally a supercomputer, so he can just be like... and he can partition himself like that. If you do it to a person, that's bad. We do not, Primarch. It would be easy to assume that they can, because they're Titans. But we actually know really little about how most of the other Titans operate. In terms of capacity, we know how they think. The term I refer to as Titan think is all over the place in this setting. And we see it a lot in their minions as well, the Titan Forged. I should probably mention that it is a... So because of how the nature of how identity exists in this setting, if I were to take Lord Harrowmont and then fracture his soul, I have killed Lord Harrowmont. Maybe killed is the wrong word here. I have destroyed Lord Harrowmont. Lord Harrowmont has ceased to exist. What now exists is two completely new entities built out of the bones of the original. Okay? Now this is important, because if I then re-merge those later back into a new entity, I have destroyed those two new entities and created a fourth entity. This is actually fascinating the way this is a thing. And yeah, there are actually several individuals who this is true for within the course of this setting. To my great dismay, they've never really delved into this the way they could. It's never been a huge talking point, but it has happened several times in lore. Talents. So I only need one more talent to go down. And I kind of like the idea. I don't really need reinforced plates. I'm never going to get either of those. So I think I'll actually go ahead and grab the passive. Unless I want this. Do I want this? No. So we'll get the passive. So now, second tier unlocked. Yay. That is a good question, Primarch, and truthfully, I do not know. See you around, Mr. Red.
Arcanon Poros.
Yeah, there's actually a whole thing with a person without their soul, which is... So, okay. If I rip out Magister's soul, Magister is still there. He's still a sentient sapient being. But he is now very vulnerable, very damaged, and very pliable. Okay? That's important because what this new person, because I have essentially just created a new person there, will do is kind of dependent on the person who ripped out his soul. Now, I bring that up because hypothetically, this has never happened, but hypothetically, if someone who wasn't an evil jackass did that, the new Magister could be a perfectly benevolent person. Magister may even actually push against whatever horrible things I'm doing to him and still insist on being a good person. It's rare, but that actually has happened. We see that with Lillian Voss, for example. So, you know, rip out, oh god, and because Magister is so pliable, I can turn Magister into this horrible, horrible person. The reason that's so important is it's not a guarantee that you immediately become evil without your soul. I know that sounds weird, but it's true and it's important because in a lot of settings, absent soul directly translates into evil, whereas that's not true in this setting. Anyways.
Remain vigilant.
So we have cleared out those trash. We have cleared out those things, and we've gotten rid of those things. There you go. You're welcome. Let's go talk to the scouts. Oh, absolutely, Pillagers now. I still think Sylvanas will actually get some story positives in Shadowlands. But the Jailer won't. I don't think he'll get even one. Even his voice actor's generic. And that's saying something for Warcraft.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Yeah, exactly, Metavlord. Good comparison point. Anyway, so we are approaching the end of this zone. Let's go and do this. Do not accept this assignment if you value your life. Do you see that gigantic power core jutting out of the mountainside over there? Whoever takes on this burden will need to fight their way through the mountain, battle an army of Sunhawks, protect me while I rig up the core for demolition. Cyrunus the Eridar is somewhere up there as well. I will not think less of you if you walk away, but maybe you're the one to destroy the Vector Coil and take down Cyrunus.
Remember the lessons of the past.
So, this is the final MSQ quest for these two zones. This is the culmination of the story that's been going across both of them. The story that you probably didn't even notice until I told it to you, because once again, they have no idea how to tell these stupid stories. So, desperately fighting the Blood Elves, the Sun Fury, let me be more clear about that, managed to crash land here. Cool. That sucks. Once we get here, there's two things fighting against us. Well, three things fighting against us immediately. First is all of the locals. Some of them are sentient, some of them are not, but all of them are screwed over by the damage done by the crash. The second thing is just recovering from the crash itself. People are missing, people are hurt, we don't have resources. We're very, very much on the back foot. The third and most important thing is the Sun Fury, these assholes. These are the Kael'thas loyalists, if it's not obvious. And each one of these is here because they're evil and they're stupid. And I want to stress the way I say that, because there are plenty of Blood Elves who are good, bad, and in between. These are part of the bad spectrum. The Sun Fury are dicks. These people are totally cool with working for the Burning Legion. And that says all it really needs to. Yeah, these are waste of genetics. That's a good way to put that. So these are the ones that really, these are bad guys. No, really, there's nothing else to be said about that. These are the idiots who are summoning void mobs and getting killed by their own summons. Morons. So, we're going up here, and we're going to detonate that void coil, because it's what they're using to power their portals to get here, and get reinforcements from their forces on the Netherstorm. If we leave that sucker open, we're screwed. Now, it's interesting you say that, Lord Harriman. So, I shouldn't have said that. That's my fault. I apologize. These are working for Kael'thas. And Kael'thas, well, he very clearly wants all of us dead here. We don't know all the specifics yet, but I will go ahead and tell you this right now. Remember, yes, I see where you need to plant the explosives. I got your back, dude. Go on. Go. I got you. Kael'thas has claimed the Naru vessel of whatever it's actually called. We call it the Eye. And the 4 satellite ships, right? We pushed into one of those satellites, took it from the Blood Elves, the Sun Fury, and then used it to come here, okay? But it's worth noting that the Blood Elves conquered those ships. They didn't, it's not their ships, right? They were already an invading force, so we were actually trying to liberate one of those satellites from them. That's the Exodar. I know people throw around the word liberate jokingly, but no, that's pretty literally true here. Don't get too excited. That was the easy part. The challenge lies ahead. Let's go. Wow, it's so destroyed. Special effects weren't their strong suit back in BC. Notice no custom bespoke music, no voice acting, and the special effects are pretty blah. There's a story happening here, but the reason I'm narrating it to you is because the game isn't doing a good job of conveying it. It's a good question. I don't know how possible it is to completely bingo on your money. I've never done it before. Nope, that's a lie. Back in vanilla, it was something you could do. So oh, hello. So yeah, this is new. We don't actually know what this is. Back in vanilla, there was a problem where just repair bills would absolutely drag your money down, and you would fall into a pit, and you could not get out of that pit. You would have to get an infusion from someone else. I don't think that's been possible since BC. There's just too many other sources of gold, and too many other ways to repair, and too many other ways to progress that don't involve actually having money. Or would get you money sufficient to be able to pull yourself out of that hole immediately. So, there's our Eridar friend, Cyranos. We've been talking about her for both zones. And she is siphoning power directly from the core, which is one of the dumbest possible things she could be doing, but she's an Eridar. They're not known for their intelligence. Yeah, so to name, obviously if you're solo you don't have this option, but if I was to do this,
I have many
it's not even there.
You like?
It's interesting. Oh,
May your feet find good trails.
There are items that can repair. There's special abilities that can repair. There are guild repairs, so you can use the guild funds in order to repair instead. And now you're thinking, what happens if the guild runs out of money? That's extremely unlikely. The guild bank just kind of slowly generates money simply by existing and by people doing things. Hello. Also, anytime the guild does a dungeon, for example, that's just another few hundred gold in the guild bank. Stuff like that. What I'm trying to say is that it's probably mathematically possible to get into a hole in this game now, but you'd have to really, really go out of your way to enforce that situation. Evo, our guild is small, and we have tons of money in the bank. And that's despite the fact that you and Pax keep constantly spending that money for your repairs. Which I didn't even realize you were doing until recently. Yeah, you really have to work at it if you want to bingo on money at this point. Yeah, did you not know that, Evo? Pax didn't. So, again, what I was trying to show off is there's a repair button, and then there's a repair from guild money button. They're right next to each other, and they look very similar to each other. And both of you have been using the guild repair for probably months at this point. There's a log. It actually tells you all of the expenditures. No judgment. That's what it's there for. That's pretty much what guild money is there for. It's there for for that, or for trying to buy, like, you know, feasts and flasks and stuff. See, what's with this sorry? Why are you saying sorry? A repair is that expensive. So, repairs can actually be pretty expensive, especially now. At level 80, you can spend several hundred, or in some really bad cases, thousands of gold on repairs. Now, is that particularly expensive? Like right now I have 159 gold. This is just from casual questing. At level like 1 to 20. So it's not the end of the world. I am going to be going to BC time walking pretty much right after this, Spartan. Right after I get back to Bloodwatch. Anyway, so that story was a wet noodle, right? That was awful. So even though the actual core beat of the story is the beginnings of interesting, the showcasing of it is awful. So we'll go with MSQ for negative. And then we're going to go with secondary for Bloodmyst. And then we're going to go with actually a separate thing. I'm going to go and give a separate cutscene negative, because those cutscenes were bad even by the standards of the time. Evo, if you stop using guild repair money, I will kick you out of the guild on the spot. And I'll donate money to you. Constantly. You'll just get emails in-game every few minutes. Here's a few hundred gold. Here's a few more 100 gold. Here's 1,000 gold.
Chronokai Christor.
So, we did that. Yay.
Your days be long and your heart.
And we killed him. Yay. Okay, now. Oh yeah. No, there's going to be some problems, especially in the early stuff. Later on, story presentation is going to get better. But right now... well, we're in the bad stuff, Ross. That's how that works. That's why we do the bad stuff first.
Good fortune.
Well, see, the problem is, I was thinking about that, Loke. In BC, I'm not sure if it's a voice acting inconsistency negative, because there is none. Like, at all. We have yet to see voice acting outside of Karazhan. Even the bosses don't even voice act yet. So, ironically, I'm not sure it qualifies for voice acting negative as of BC, because it's so non-existent. Yeah, it's in the raids and some of the bosses and some of the dungeons. Now, when we get to Wrath, I will start to agree with you, because Wrath started to have voice acting and then inconsistent voice acting. And then, ironically, those negatives will shrink until we get to the point at which voice acting is much more consistent and also awesome. Like, by the time of War Within, almost everything is voice acted, and it's voice acted well, so that's awesome. So it's going to be this weird curve, right? We're going to be like, I think. Anyways, you have saved the whole of Bloodmyst and Azuremyst, securing the Draenei way of life on Azeroth. For this there can be no amount of thanks, no reward, nothing large enough in scope to truly express our appreciation. Yet there are still many who are left behind on Draenor who cannot be here for this historic event. You must find your way back. Find your way to Outland. Bring our people home. Home to Azeroth.
Remember the lessons of the past.
We totally did this all. Yay. And if you're paying attention, if you've done the end of the Ghostlands chain, that feels epic and awesome and has interesting follow-through. This, it's just deflating. There's a couple of people, like, there's people from both of the first two zones.
Need help?
Like the Admiral, who's like, hey, you've come a long way indeed, but I knew you were destined for great things. And thanks for taking care of our known problem.
You.
And not all of them even talk to you.
Light be with you. Go with honor,
Most of them don't talk to you. You probably don't remember me, but you saved my life. I only recently became healthy enough to walk on my own. I wanted to thank you for what you did and apologize what I said. Thank you. And then, yeah, like a lot of these people don't really say anything. He hugs us. Ah! Hugs! Hugs! And yeah, there's the chief of the Stillpine. Promised one, do you remember us? It's like yesterday, dude. Do you recall the prophecy of curves? This moment was preordained. You have done what you were put on this world to do. Draenei will always be welcome amongst my people. And then we talk to Velen.
Something is amiss on this world.
This is all for you, Dawnforge. You did this. You saved all these people and thousands more. I don't feel like it. You have risen above the strife and tragedy of this world, and in so doing elevated all of this with you. You could have done so much more than many could do in 10 lifetimes. Your life has only begun. If only we had 1,000 heroes like you. But listen well. Your destiny lies in Outland. That's why if you're doing this quest normally, you would then immediately go do vanilla for 50 levels.
Many depend on you. Be just.
Thank you for your timely delivery. They're turning out to be one of the hands, but they're agents. If only we knew who they reported to in Bloodmyst, and where the Sun Portal was. If only we could deal with the Sun Portal you've already taken, you've already gotten rid of.
You are the instrument of change.
We actually just got a quest that leads to the quest we just completed. BC, ladies and gentlemen.
Arcanon Poros. Blessings upon your family. Do not lose faith.
I'm just not even going to do that quest.
Good
There's no
health.
reason to. There's no reason to do that. Yeah, we got to wait for our application to be processed. Oh, our first ring. Nice. And a tabard. I hate tabards. Get out of my inventory. There we go. I'm not a tabard person. Yeah, Boros actually comes from here. Funny enough. This Boros, anyways. So yeah, this is Bloodmyst. Not impressed. Gotta be real. At least Azuremyst had a couple of story positives to it. Bloodmyst is just flat. It's one of the reasons why so many people I know, the moment they finish Azuremyst, they leave for Darkshore. If you're paying attention, we even have a quest right here that says, go to Darkshore. And yeah, the aesthetics of this zone are worse. The music's even worse. Have you even heard the music this entire time? I know a lot of WoW music is atmospheric. Where's the flight path? There it is. But, like, this zone is just whatever, right? Bloodmyst is probably in the top 5 worst zones in this game.
Each day
as of this moment in time.
Be well.
It doesn't look good. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't play good. And it's not good story-wise. It's bad in every respect. We're also going to call that story sequencing. Bloodmyst. This is the other negative you just mentioned, Primarch. And yeah, there's actually more after the big celebration. It's like, what? Yeah, for God's sakes, don't do these zones if you're playing this for as a new character. Please. Do yourself a favor and skip this crap. See you around, Pokemibo. We're going to do it in the Kata section, Pillar because there are very small changes in Kata. And there's literally a quest from Kata that goes there. So we're just going to cover that in Kata. I know it is functionally a BC zone. Let's see. So do I want to be healed for deep wounds? Oh yeah, our first choice talent. So I've talked about circles. Those are passives. I've talked about squares. Those are activatables. I have also talked about, or I've not talked about, choices. You see those little arrows? You pick one. In this case, whenever I parry, I heal for 5% of my max health. Can only occur once per second. Or the ability Ignore Pain, which is an 11-second cooldown ability for 20 rage, which is not cheap, to ignore 50% of damage taken up to X amount of damage taken. Of these two, I think I'm going to take Fueled by Violence. Deep Wounds, which is my bleeds, will heal me. And now we're in the worst zone in the game, yay. Or the worst city in the game. So I just want to show this off very, very briefly. We're not looking at any of this, but hey, there's Battle for Azeroth. We're not doing that. And this says, go talk to Chromie. Or do Legion, or do Shadow Moon Valley. We're going to get the Talk to Chromie quest, because that is what we want to do. So, to explain what I suggest, if you want to make a Draenei and you don't want to start in the new starter zone, make a Draenei, do the couple of initial quests, beeline for the exit arc, go down to that board, get the Chromie quest, follow the Chromie quest. This will lead you, I think actually if I have it up here, this will lead you to Chromie and Chromie time, and that is what you want. And that's what we're going to go do. For those of you who know, I actually started up a new spreadsheet, because I love my spreadsheets, to keep track of how each zone is doing in both story and gameplay. So for a bit of perspective, right now we've only covered Azuremyst. Azuremyst was a net +4 to story overall, and a net -4 to gameplay. Not great, but, you know, that's pretty typical for a BC zone. So at the moment, let me go ahead and add Bloodmyst to the list. Let's see. So I don't think Bloodmyst got any story positives. Let me double check that. Nope, none at all. Okay. It did, however, get several story negatives. So let's see here. This one here, and this one. I'm gonna go over the thing here. Whoop, up, up. Went too far, went too far. Here's my mount. Oh, sure. Don't mind me. What's my favorite mount? The Amani Bear, frankly. I didn't get it because it was a status symbol. I got it because I loved the mount. Okay, so... Ooh, and then we've got this. And then we'll put that here. And we go down to gameplay. 0 gameplay positives for Bloodmyst. Can you see it? Sure. It doesn't actually look that great from the front, but it's one of my favorite mounts from the back, and that's what you tend to see most often. There are actually 2 new versions of the Amani Bear mount, but only one Amani Bear mount, which you cannot get anymore. So, let's see here. So, negative here, negative here, here, negative here. Hey, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. And 2 more here. So, Bloodmyst was -4 to story and -6 to gameplay. And that's Bloodmyst in a nutshell.
Ishnu Allah, may the stars guide you.
So this is, hey, here's how boats work. What's funny is I'm not even sure there's a boat here anymore. How do you get the new version? Oh, I don't know. So there's the Battle Bear. That's the one you get for just doing the dungeon version of it. And the Hunting Bear. Time walking. It costs 5,000 time walking things. And that's why you get the 3rd version. No, I have not, and I never will, Yura.
Good luck, friend.
Okay, so there's no portal here, which is kind of strange. And yes, I have heard that, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Why is there no portal here? There's actually quite a few differences, Lord Harrimont. First of all, I wouldn't be level 25 right now. And second of all, the items would be more scaled to me more properly. The difficulty of quests and interactions would be different. Excuse me. And the nature of what you can interact with at which point in time would be different. It wouldn't be constantly telling me to go do Dragonflight. Stuff like that. If it gives you any enjoyment, Rax, we're about to go do some other ones. By the way, I know I've been through here a couple of times. Really quick, can I just say, way better portal room than the Horde has. Can I just say that? First of all, it just looks better, just appearance-wise. Also has better music. But it's also way better laid out. You've got the one wing, you've got the other wing, and then you've got the one back here. By the way, some people don't even know there's actually a 3rd wing now. It's back here. See? That's some of the new portals over here. Like there's Belemeth, for example. I'm thinking I'm going to lock my experience. I haven't decided yet. Let's use our BC characters as a test. And we'll use that to decide going forward. I think that's what we'll do. Now, one really quick thing. I'm not covering Stormwind yet, but I just want to say, one of the things I love is, obviously, there's the portal. The image of the portal indicates where it goes, and if you mouse over, it'll say, hang on, it'll say Portal to Caverns of Time. You can also see who's summoning it, which is summon indicative of where it's going. But hang on, also, all the doodads for each spot are indicative. That's all Exodar colors and appearances and doodads from the Exodar. This is all stuff from Dalaran. Over here, this is all stuff from Pandaria. That is 3 separate indicators of which portal is which, all of which are visual. So no matter what it is you track visually, you as a person have an extremely high chance of telling what you're looking at a glance. Great visual distinction for this portal room. Forgive me for gushing because we're not even there yet, but I love the design of these rooms. And someone somewhere spent some real time designing each and every single one of these alcoves. Sorry. Didn't mean to gush. My bad. Yeah, those poor mages. I like to think that in lore, what they actually do is they summon portals as needed. And given the number of throughput, they probably, like, for example, someone in a lesser used portal area in lore probably doesn't summon it very often. But for the denser things, they probably do portals every, like, say, 10 minutes. Like a bus, right? It's like waiting for the bus. So, you know, they sit there and it's like, hang on, in 5 minutes, the next portal to Shatrith is getting opened. 5 minutes for the next portal to Shatrith. And people line up for the queue, right? And it's like, okay, Shatrith portal. People go through, shut down the portal. 10 minutes to the next portal to Shatrith, etc. So, I kind of already talked about this, but hey, check it out. I can dragonfly at level 25. God, I love dragonflying. This was such a good decision. I don't know whoever came up with this idea needs a gosh darned raise. Hang on, I gotta fix my bar really quick. Really quick. This will not take me long. I need this to be here. This to be here. This needs to be over here. This needs to be off my bar, and I need an attack ability. We'll go with charge. Actually, no, we don't need charge there. We'll go with Mortal Strike. Mortal Strike. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And now it's where we should be. So check it out. One of the best starter cities in the game. Stormwind is actually great. You can tell more from a height how well laid out it is because it's all color-coded. There's blue. This is your trade district. This is where a lot of the stuff you're going to be doing regularly is. It's also right at the entrance. It's also where several of the hearth spots are. There's a hearth spot right, here. Sorry, this building. There's your bank. There's your auction house. There's your mailbox. Boom, 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 boom. Right here in a small little square. Good design. I said I wasn't going to review Stormwind yet, so we're not going to do that. But over there is the Mage District. Over here is the barely used. It's mostly for Story District. Over there's the Red District. That's your PvP area. Over here is the Dwarf. This is also mostly for Story. Down here is Chromie Time. That's its own thing. And up here is the other portal hub. We like to call this the Kata portal hub because this lets you go to zones in Kata, which I can't go through. That's interesting. I can go to Tol Barad, but I can't go to Deepholm. Anyways, moving on. We are here to talk to Chromie. Hi, Chromie. How are things?
I always have time for you. It's so nice to see you. It's like meeting again for the first time.
So, I would like to be in a zone. So this is what it'll look like. For those of you wondering, this is what Chromie Time will look like. It goes in reverse order. It's just the same as everything else. The far left is the newest. The far right is the oldest. And in this case, it goes left, and then left, and then left. So, just to be clear, Dragonflight, Shadowlands, Battle for Azeroth, Legion, Warlords, Pandaria, Kata, Wrath, BC. See? And yeah, this whole thing used to be a much worse interface. I don't remember when they cleaned this up, but this interface used to suck. In fact, it used to be a chat interface, and it used to be so badly designed that unless you knew exactly which chat options to get, you could get lost in the chat log and not actually find where the actual option was to select thing. This is a big improvement. We want BC, of course. Oh, by the way, once you select, it gives you a little bit of description and a map of where you're going. So there's Kata, Pandaria, Warlords, Legion, blah, blah, blah. You get all this stuff. It's cool, it's awesome, it's amazing, it's wonderful. Pretty much, Lord Harrowmont, pretty much. Now, you don't have to do that, but I do recommend doing that. You can also skip some of the starter stuff if you really want to. And just, like, do Azuremyst. So, okay, if you really want to make a Draenei, do as many of the intro quests as you feel like doing. At the very least, probably get to Azuremyst post. Then come here, talk to Chromie, and then start Outland.
You look quite prepared.
That'll give you this quest. This quest is to go to Hellfire Peninsula, because you can just skip Azuremyst and Bloodmyst entirely and go right to Hellfire. For the record, I recommend doing that. Because as I've already shown, Azuremyst is barely acceptable and Bloodmyst is terrible. And yes, I recommend the exact same thing for Blood Elves. Make a Blood Elf, get out of the tutorial land, walk. It's going to be a trip. I'll show the trip. Walk to the point where you can get the hell out of there. And then... Why does everyone keep telling me to do the turtle thing? Walk to the thing in order to get to Orgrimmar, in order to get this quest, and then get the hell out of Dodge. Okay, so we are now on the path to start Hellfire. Yeah, there's no reason for someone like Rax to do the tutorial island. If you want to experience it, sure. It is extremely handholdy. It really is there for, this is what an MMO is. Alright, so hang on. So I've got quests I don't want. So let's abandon... let's not that one, but let's abandon the Dragon Isles Await, because we're not letting Dragonflight anymore. There we go. Perfect. This is the anniversary event. I'll just let that sit there, and that's the war request. Okay, cool. So now, where does it want me to go? Ah! That's new, I think. What do you know? Oh, that makes sense. That's what all 4 of these are for. Nice! That's actually new. I don't know how new, but it's semi-new. Because the last time I tried to do this, I just had to walk there. But for the moment, we're done with this character. So let's go ahead and get rid of this crap. All this crap. Get out of here, get out of here. Get out of my inventory, get out of my inventory. All this crap, get out of my inventory. Clean all this crap up.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
What can I do for you? Safe travel.
I mean, admittedly, I haven't been to BC in a while, so that makes sense. Okay, so this put me on the other side. What happens if I go back? Oh, right, I have to do this. Yep, this. Nope, that's back to Stormwind. Hang on. Notice how all of these quests have vector quests, and they are pure vector quests. They don't even give experience or gold. They're just there to get you where you want to go. Alright, well, we can do it manually. It's not like I don't know how to.
Hello. See you later.
Oh, there's a Drac there. Oh, Talia asked how you get more dragon flying pips. You know, the real answer is I don't know. So there's a thing. I'm not even sure where it is. It's over here, I think. Okay, so here's the dragon flying talents. You should just have these, from what I read. I, of course, got these back when they were new. But you should just have access to all of these talents and being able to put into them. If you don't, I'm not sure what they want you to do for that. Because, yeah, you should just max out the tree, so you should just have all of this stuff. But I can't fairly judge that because I'm a, you know, I have account-bound stuff. Yeah, I like the new fog system to help with render radius. I noticed that in Dragonflying. You have to get the... I swear they got rid of the glyph getting. How strange. Alright, are we in the past or the present?
You need something?
Okay, so let's go back to the past. There we go. Are we in the past? Yep. Cool. That's weird, Talia. Alright, whatever. I guess you have to get the glyphs now. Strange. So that's where we're going to be going next. And by next, I mean next. Yeah, this used to be the Black Morass, by the way. You can tell because it's actually still the Black Morass over here. We'll be doing those quests later. Yeah, you can tell because I'm on a dragon. Oh, absolutely, Yura. Of course they were. Old skyboxes kind of sucked, to be honest with you. You notice I haven't given any pluses to skyboxes yet. I probably won't until we get to, like, maybe Pandaria. But for now, I need to grab lunch. Go grab lunch. So next thing we're going to be doing, we're going to be doing Eversong. See you in a bit.